Okay, so recording is started now officially, you know, GDPR and that stuff. That means warm welcome to everybody from Ralph and Christian. And now let's start with our SBA training this day. Yep. So the vision is, as I tried to explain it before, we want to have a protected, simple protected future for you and your customers or yourself and your Sepsis backup environment. That's the idea for the course, that you are able to learn something, that you are able to optimize parts, and that you are, let me say, gain some profits to ease up the management, the administration of your backup environment after that course. Let's start with the architecture. The Subsystem architecture consists out of the sesam server itself. The Subsystem server is, I call it the operational brain of the whole infrastructure, because the sesam server consists out of backup client, so he can back up himself. The sesam server is responsible for the management, keeps the metadata, protocols and log files, has the database. So this is the central point that we have to work with. That means we start with the installation of the sesam server normally, and then we are ready to go to add clients and configure the environment. Therefore, of course, we need storage devices. You can attach almost any kind of device. That means we don't care if it's a Sun, Luna, iSCSI target, ZIFS share, NFS, whatever, as long as the operating system sees that target, the mount point, sees the storage, we can work with that storage. And that's also the same for tapes and tape libraries. That means when you install a tape library properly on that system and then install a sesam server, the tape library is automatically configured and we can directly work with that type library, because we work with native SCSI protocols. That means we don't need any additional drivers or stuff like that. We can directly work out of the box with all the connected devices, if they are connected properly and if the drivers are installed properly for the appropriate OS. Then we have additionally the possibility to transfer data to cloud storages. You can use any kind of S3 store like an Amazon bucket. You can also work with our integrated solution with our replication of our deduplication stores to transfer data to the cloud, to transfer, of course, a minimum of data to the cloud. So you have a lot of possibilities available to combine the different storage technologies. Very important, of course, for the typical 3-to-1 or 3-to-2 or 3-1-1 backup strategies that you normally should have in place for proper backup. Almost any kind of operating system is supported. You know what I mean? That is, for me, important to say that this is a broad range of operating systems that sesam is able to support. Also, older operating systems like Windows XP or Unix systems. Of course, the old systems, the old operating systems are supported in that case, in that kind that you can do backup, but not in that kind of code that we support specific parts of the operating system if they are not supported anymore from the vendor itself. But we normally say with an older client version, you are able to back that up, and this older client version is still able to communicate with the up-to-date Subsystem version that we have now out. But we will see that later in our support matrix, what we can do. Databases, we have a broad range of databases. Everybody should be aware that we support a lot of enterprise databases and standard databases with our agents, and therefore also very important, in most of the cases we use the given backup API of the database vendor, like an Armin for Oracle or a backend for SAP HANA, MaxDB, DBM CLI, and so on. Because why should we reinvent everything for that database? That makes no sense, especially when we talk about consistent backups and supported backups also from the database vendors. Very important. Applications, Exchange, Domino, Groupwise, typical mail applications, also a lot of stuff supported, and an extreme big broad range of hypervisors. So we are still supporting more and more hypervisors. This is a growing part there because we have, of course, big focus on the hypervisors, like for now the big new shit with containerization and Kubernetes and all that stuff. Of course, we are looking in that direction and working on that, of course, because this is for us a very important part that we try to keep to be top notch for the most common hypervisors on the market to support them. Then we have the second, I would say the second important part in the sesam backup environment. So we have the sesam server consisting out of a client that he's able to back up himself. He is able to manage and operate everything. And the sesam server is also able to manage storage devices. Then we have the so-called remote device server. The remote device server consists out of a client package, so he's able to back up himself, of course, but he is also able to manage all direct attached storage devices because the storage components are also integrated in the remote device server. You'll normally know that as the backup proxy or the media manager or whatever from other vendors. We call it remote device server, but this is actually directly the same. This is managed by the sesam server, so managed by the working brain, but totally dumb. So this is the working slave controlled by the server, but the remote device server keeps nothing, no metadata, no logs, no protocols, nothing else. He's just responsible for the data transport to direct attached devices. That is important when we work with, let me say, small branches to connect. We can work with our source side deduplication to transfer a minimum of data, but in case we connect medium branches, we normally directly position a remote device server, this proxy on the medium branch on that side, that we are able to do the backups directly up front on that side and store the data then there. Yeah. In small branches, it makes sense to directly store the data on our integrated SI3, our integrated deduplication store, because then we are also able to replicate the data directly to the other location. Then we have also the first staging available. And of course, we have a faster restore available. That is very important for you guys because it's always like, oh yeah, I'm putting everything in my Amazon bucket. Oh, it's so easy, huh? Oh, fool, yeah, now I need 3 terabytes of restore for my most important productive database. Oh, okay, I get a lease from Amazon. This costs me $1.40. Oh, I get the faster lease. This costs me what? $40? Oh, okay. Oh, I don't have the bandwidth. Okay, so I have to wait a day for the data. Okay, that's not perfect. This leads us to the discussion what you normally have to plan upfront, but is very important, the so-called RTO and RPO, recovery time objective and recovery point objective. We will hear that a lot more often during the course, but just keep that in mind later on also for the consulting basics. For large-scale branches, you can also directly work on that branch with different storage technologies with an RDS that you have also there directly the staging integrated. And this is the idea to scale out, that this is, let me say, also running a bit more autonomous. But if you have the real big scale, you can of course also work with different subsystem servers. So that depends on the license. Mostly our service provider, our MSPs are doing that. Of course, you can work with different sesam servers. Also very interesting when you have customers that they are saying, okay, we don't want to mix up the data with other customers in a big data pool. We want to have our own autark infrastructure because of GDPR, DSGVO. Then it is very important to know that you are also able to manage several sesam servers. Therefore, we have the central administration. We are our Fat GUI client. Our Fat GUI client is a Java-based client. With that, we started the complete development with SAP sesam. But of course, now time, talked about that a bit in the beginning. We have our web UI available. We can do our complete monitoring, all the daily operations now with our web UI. And believe me, the web UI is the hot shit for me, because I'm working normally for all my sesam servers 99% of the time with the web UI now, as it makes more sense, because I just need a browser and nothing else to connect to my sesam server or to different sesam servers. And we also integrated the self-service restore portal to our web UI. So we are also able to do more and more application-specific restores. I will show that later, what we are able to do now with the web UI. And of course, we have also user authorization level integrated that is absolutely, let me say, important when you grant different users different types of access. Like you have one that should be able to restore only virtual machines, or one should be able to restore only his own PC, or whatever. You are able to do that. You have to configure all that stuff in the Fat GUI client. So all the configuration and the stuff is done in the Fat GUI client in the beginning, and later on you can provide the access to all the resources via the web UI. This is also one of the big points for the training today, because I'm quite sure, even when you work with Sepsis, that you have not directly experienced everything what we are now offering with our latest release. Last but not least, we have cloud protection services also integrated with our partner Keepit. This is a side fact. I'm just talking a bit about that, because this is always important when you look at the companies, because hey, let me guess, I think at least one of you is working with Microsoft Office 365 licenses. So we also have a backup for Office 365, Salesforce, G Suite, and Dynamics integrated with our partner. And the cool part on that is when you install this, this is also directly done via browser, web UI, nothing to install. It's cloud backup. And in this case, believe me, even a mid-intelligent monkey is able to install and that or to configure the backup for Office 365 in, let me say, 5 minutes. Or maybe 4 minutes. I would say 4 minutes, not more. So really easy. And the cool part is, if you are interested in that, please let Christian know, because Christian is responsible for the accounts, and he is directly able to create you a test account. You can test that up and down, everything you want for 1 month, the complete Office or Salesforce or whatever package. So we can create an account for you. This is a so-called connector. You just have to activate a connector, and then the backup is up and running. This is the last additional part that we have to discuss today. Perfect. So this was the starter for the course, just to see what challenge we have to face for today. And now we will switch to the demo environment, and we will start with the first parts, and I will explain that also with our wiki documentation, that you are able, of course, to have a look later on. So last slides are then later for the consulting basics. This was just for the starting. I hope everybody is able to see my screen in an appropriate resolution, because I'm always asking, because it's 4K resolution, not that somebody has a tiny laptop or something. We will start now with the official technical documentation. So everybody is using the same technical documentation. You, me, Christian, everybody in the company is using that technical documentation from wiki.sepsoftware.com. This is your magic source for all the technical stuff that you need. So forget sepsoftware.com or all said that marketing blah bullshit. For that training, we will work only with our technical documentation that is used by everybody, also internally. Therefore, we have also pretty helpful for the future. We have a quick start guide. So if you're not quite sure, hey, what did Ralph say? Hey, how was the configuration? All the part, easy peasy. You have these 5 quick start steps here, like installation, update, Linux and Windows, configuration, backup, monitoring, and restore. This is always the first starting point when you have to, recap something and have to have a look. We also upload the latest SBA trainings and link them here into the wiki. Then next part is the documentation. The sesam documentation is the, let me say, in-depth reference for everything that you need. Also advanced references for our command line interface or the administration manual or some scripts that you can use. The command line interface is also very interesting later on for you, because you can also automate all the processes, I don't know, with deployment with an Ansible recipe or with Puppet, or when you have to do remote deployment for Windows systems with MSI packages. Therefore, you have to have a look in the advanced references later on, just to know that. And then the next part is the extensions here. Here we have the technical documentation with all that stuff in depth for backup and restore and everything that you need for all the supported databases, for all the supported groupware solutions, our hypervisors, the disaster recovery, how to do a bare metal recovery for Linux and Windows, and also, of course, how to configure the sesam backup, that you are able to grab yourself out of the mud on your own hairs. I don't know, this is a German style. I hope I translated it correctly. So the self-recovery process. Therefore, of course, you have to configure the sesam backup before. OS storage and archiving. Here you have the documentations for our integrated inline deduplication, our SI3 dedup store, our SI3 replication, S3 Cloud Connector, some additional stuff for storage technologies like NetApp, NDMP, or HPE Store Once Catalyst connection, that stuff. And the last part here is SEP CAPS, Cloud App Protection Service. That's what I mentioned before, the typical backup protection for your Office environment, Salesforce environment, or what else you have on the cloud. The latest release notes are also available here, but you can also have always a look in our What's New section there. We have also documented the latest release notes pretty in-depth. That means, with all the updates. Also, patches are documented, issues and limitations. If you have a new patch available, you can have a look inside. Then we have the training section. In the training section, you'll find the Subsystem Basic Administrator Training documentation, the latest SBA and SCA training, because the advanced course is then the Subsystem Certified Administrator. Then you are also able to do first level support and all that stuff when you are, let me say, service provider, or you need more in-depth knowledge of SEP sesam. Glossary, A to Z, blah blah blah. Video tutorials. We're producing a lot of videos. We have our own YouTube channel now, SEP sesam YouTube channel. There you can find a lot of stuff in English or German. We produce normally first in English everything, and we have also a new section called Knowledge Booster, where we have a lot of short 30-minute in-depth explanations to, I don't know, Citrix Zen, Hyper-V will come, CAPS is now online, VMware, all the hypervisors, all that stuff. Always a short 30-minute explanation with a live demo always to see how it works. So for me, very important, because everything is also linked in the documentation. So if you look in the documentation for, I don't know, let me say, you have to have a look in the documentation for VMware vSphere. and requirements, installation, and all that stuff. Then we have here also, if available, directly videos linked to that section, so you can always have a look here. If the newest videos are produced here, VMware vSphere Backup and Recovery, the YouTube link is always available, because the lazy admin is the intelligent admin, so I'm normally looking a video clip before I start reading, because reading is always annoying when I'm not able to find the stuff. And if I need something more in-depth, then I start reading. That's normally my style. The last part here is the so-called Subsystem OS and database support matrix. This is the section where you can have a look in detail what kind of operating system, what kind of hypervisor, what kind of database, which with which version of SEP is supported. And you can see it here. It's a fucking lot of stuff what we have here that is supported, and we always separate that in our different packages. And this is actually that what I try to explain you in the next step for the installation configuration, what you have to look up. No panic, we don't start installation and configuration now for everybody. I think you should be able to install a sesam server, because as you realize it, I also have to talk a bit faster. It's like 1.5 double plus, because we are compressing our online training in this course today in 5 hours. Normally we're doing that in 2 days. That's the reason why everybody should be able to do an installation, every stuff by himself, and just have a look on my demo system. But please be aware, we always talk about the client package, which is just the agent for normal bare metal machines, or for applications, critical applications like databases or groupware solutions. Therefore, you need an agent. You don't need an agent for virtual machines. So for virtual machines, you can always do an agentless backup for every hypervisor. The server consists out of everything, consists out of a client package, a server package, the remote device server package, and the graphical user interface, the fat GUI client. That's the server package. That's the all-inclusive with everything. The remote device server is the working slave, the dump working slave. This is just a client with additional components to communicate with all attached storage devices. And of course, you can also install the GUI separately on a SIM client or whatever when you want to have a fat GUI client for configuration stuff and everything to connect to your sesam server. So just keep that in mind. Now we go to the training section. You can also go to the training section with your browser, because that's now very important. Here we have the basic administrator documentation, and as you can see it here, we will work exactly with that documentation today. It's I would say a lot of stuff, but no panic, we won't go through everything completely in detail, but it is very important for me that you know this is our training documentation that we are using today, and you should use that also later on, because this is an extreme good archive. If you need something for the configuration of the topology or how to configure a data store, this is the perfect starting point. This is not the quick start section. This is the more in-depth information. From there, you get all the additional information that you need. We will go through that part today, top down, but not in complete detail. I will explain every point, the most important things for every point, that you are aware of that. The first thing, of course, is the architecture overview. When we plan an installation and implementation in an existing environment, the first thing is we need the appropriate installation informations, the basic requirements. One is the name resolution. You need a proper name resolution, forward, reverse. Always very important. Please be aware that you have a proper name resolution, forward, reverse. And let me repeat that: reverse, reverse, reverse. Because this is always sometimes a bit pitfall when the network admin has no proper name resolution integrated, and the reverse resolution is most of the time the problem. But nowadays you can work with the name. So I normally insert the name FQDN of the client that I want to have, or you can work also with the IP address. So if you're not quite sure, then just use the IP address, but of course you still need a proper name resolution. Then you need a database. On Windows, that's quite easy. Just install the package, the server package, then you have a SQLite database integrated. On Linux, when you start an installation, you will get the dependency for the PostgreSQL database. Yeah, you have to install a Postgres package, and that also, of course, depends on the Linux distribution that you use. If you do a yum installation, I think everything is directly installed with all the package dependencies. But please be aware that we need a Postgres database on Linux. .NET should be available in the latest version for Windows, but I think this is quite clear. Otherwise, nothing would run on the Windows system. Antivirus software. Sometimes it gets a bit, we get a bit in trouble with some antivirus products that they think, okay, we are not whitelisted. Normally we are whitelisted for almost 90% of all the antivirus softwares. We had a problem in the past with, as an example, with Windows Defender. Then we had to whitelist it, but normally it should not be a problem, but please be aware of that. In case you have a poor performance, it could be that the antivirus software is blocking SEP sesam. Then we have the hardware requirements. The hardware requirements, yeah, I would say you can start also with Raspberry Pi with 1 gig RAM to do a backup. That's no problem, but we officially document the hardware requirements here with, let me say, with a safe amount of resources, because also the customers will have a look inside, and then you are able to easier argue that you need a bit more compute power. Also very helpful for the future. We divided that in a standard edition, advanced edition. That just means there's no difference in the software packages. So we always have the same software package. If you have the super duper ultra hardcore smart monster licensed power sesam server hardcore enterprise double power edition, it's just the sesam server package. There's no difference, just to let you know. It's just scaled here with 15 people, 15 clients, 50 clients, 150, more than 150. And normally if you have more than 150 clients, of course you always should work with our remote device servers, with the scale out with that device servers. That makes always sense, and we also use that device servers to do operations like LAN free backup over SAN, all that stuff with physical HBAs. So of course, therefore you should use the remote device server. First tip from my side, I'm normally virtualizing the sesam server itself, and I'm normally connecting no storage device to the sesam server itself. I always use, even if I only have 5 clients, I always use a remote device server for that, to do the data transport over the remote device server. We have that separated also from the memory. That means without deduplication and with deduplication. Be aware that this is an inline deduplication that works with RAM. It needs compute power, it needs RAM, because it's an in-memory deduplication process that is done inline. That means if you have 500 backups at the same time running, these 500 backups are directly deduplicated globally over all, which is a very important part when you think about deduplication in the future. We have also some additional storage calculations for the deduplications for RAM and CPU cores. So this is important. And the last part, of course, for our Fat GUI client, we need a Java. We can work with the latest given Oracle Javas, but of course, yeah, license, blah, foo. We normally deliver SEP sesam for the installation directly with a link to the OpenJDK. That means when you start the installation on Linux, you get the dependency for the OpenJDK and can download it, or for Windows, the browser directly opens to download the latest JDK. We don't have that integrated in our installation package. because of GDPR stuff, and of course that the JDK is also changing. That means that we have hopefully always the latest JDK available that we are supporting. But of course, have a look in the Java matrix in case you're not quite sure what kind of JDK or what kind of Java you can use for the installation. So just to wrap that up, name resolution must work. Postgres database for Linux is important. .NET for Windows is important. Antivirus software could be critical, so just check that out and have a look at the hardware requirements to know what you need to plan the sesam server with or without deduplication. That's the starting point. The second point that I want to show you, not too much in detail, but a bit, is the directory structure of SEP sesam. We're working with an LSB conformed directory structure on Linux, and we ported that directory structure also to Windows. So if you install that on Linux or on Windows, it looks completely the same from the directory structure. The only difference is under Windows, you will find the static files, the binaries, in program files, sesam bin, and you will find all variable files, everything that you have in Linux in the var section. You will find that on the Windows in the hidden folder in the program data folder. But of course, it's Windows. we created a link for you. You don't have to search for it and do that tricky shit in the Windows Explorer activating hidden folders, blah. No, it's linked in, so you have it available. The binaries are quite simple. We have under bin DB, we have the database components. Under bin GUI, we have the Java components. Bin SDS are the deduplication components. Bin sesam are all the server components that you need for work with SEP sesam. Bin SMS are the storage components. So in case you have an RDS, you have also the bin SMS folder with the storage components available. And one last part here, a bit special, is the bin skel and the bin skel template section. In skel templates, we have all our what do you have? The pre-post interfaces. We have the notify, the disaster, and the alarm interface for the sesam server itself. So every, let me say, configurable script that you can use for an interface later to get alarm messages, emails, the protocols of the day, and everything is stored on the skel templates, because you can adapt them for your behaviors that you want to have, or you can use them out of the box. Whatever you want to have. In that case, when you use that out of the box, you just open it from skel templates in the GUI and then save it under bin sesam. That's the only point. Then we have the var directory variable section. There we have var db. There is the appropriate database. DB backup is the database backup, because we are always doing a database backup during a sesam backup, or before we start updating the sesam server for rollback, we're always doing a database backup. Var ini is the most important for you to know later on when it comes to additional or separate configurations, because under var ini we store all the configuration files for sesam. So if you have to change, let me say, a port for SEP sesam, or if you have to change the global path variables, because of course you can store all that stuff on a NAS, as an example, not on the sesam server itself, like you want. Everything is configured with the config files in the var ini section. Ini SMSSH is for our SSH keys, because we now support only SSH connection, not only a primary. That means in the past we had a so-called control connection which was not encrypted. Now all the communication between sesam server, the remote device server, and all the clients is always encrypted. SSL certificates for data transfer are under ini SSL, so therefore you can also use your own certificates to integrate them to make it more safe. Then we have our so-called listing files and metadata logs under var lis. Then we have under var log all the primary log files. Under var pre-post, we have the protocols for pre and post operations, and under var prot we have all the other protocols, like for media operations, for notifications, and for restores, all the protocols that are stored when such an operation is started. And the last part is the temp and the work section. The temp section is completely controlled by Subsystem. Never ever delete something out of the temp section. That could be critical because this has to be managed by Subsystem itself. And in the work section, we normally store temporary data that is mounted to SEP Sesam. The work section /MNT is very important when we talk about single file restore, instant recovery, attach or mount operations, because normally nowadays when you do a restore, let me say you do a single file restore of a virtual machine, then you don't restore the whole virtual machine. You just want to have one single file, and therefore you have to you have to grab all the incremental backups in the chain and put them together with a full backup, wrap them in a hull, and mount them read-only to your system. This is performed with our integrated VFSL, our so-called virtual file system layer. Virtual file system layer, therefore, because you're always struggling a bit when you try to mount things from Linux to Windows, or from Windows to Linux, vice versa. Therefore, we have that virtual file system layer to ease up the process, and this will be shown later on with the restore wizard, that you can see how to mount files or how to work with that. Also, here you have some sample structure, how it looks like after the installation on Linux and Windows, but just to keep that in mind, how the directory structure of SEP Sesam is built up. That was in the past also very important when we talked about communication with our support. Where can I find the log files? Where can I find the protocols? Guys, relax. That's the cool part on that training. You don't need that shit anymore. We will do that later on with the web UI. You don't have to search for protocols or log files or all that stuff like you did it in the past. We eliminated that problem completely. So I hope this is a plus point for you now. And next part is the Subsystem Components. We talked about the Subsystem Components before. So we talked about the Sesam server itself, the master brain, the Subsystem remote device server, the working slave, serves as an interface between network and storage devices. That's the important part for that. The Subsystem backup client, this is the client, the agent, call it like you want, the part that you need when you have to back up a file server or some bare metal machines, or to install that, as an example, on a vCenter to get all the virtual machines in your environment. Therefore, you need that agent. The graphical user interface, this is the Fat GUI client, the Java client. Licensing. Yeah, should we talk about licensing? Oh no, it's a tech talk, so get rid of that. As you know, you can get a license because we are a company selling that stuff. Haha. So, let's go straight forward to the next point, the Subsystem graphical user interface. Let's assume we have installed our Subsystem server on our system, and now we have to connect to the graphical user interface. Therefore, we have to start the graphical user interface. Normally, after the installation, you get a desktop icon when you work with Windows. Under Linux, you have to start the graphical user interface with the command to start the GUI, which is also documented, of course. Or normally you have a graphical I don't know, a KDE or whatever available, then you can start it directly also with that desktop icon that is then installed for you. We will go in the beginning through all the available components in the graphical user interface in the overview. As you can see it here, I will explain that in detail how we work with that, and we will do that with my GUI from my demo environment. Let's start my GUI from the demo environment. I will just close that again and start it again. So as you can see it here, this is my laptop at home. I have a VPN connection to my demo environment in our company, and I have also a PuTTY connection here. Let's restart session. Let's connect to our sesam server. This is my demo server called demofix3, my sesam server that we connect to. Let's make it a bit smaller here, because later on I will show you a few examples on that demo server, on that Linux server for the consulting basics, and I will show that also, of course, from my second demo server here from my Windows system here, that you have also some examples from CMD here from a Windows system. So we are doing both parts now in the training today. But now let's start with the Sepsis Fat GUI client. I will start my GUI client. And the first thing that you will see here that could be a bit new for you is that I have to log in. Administrator. I use the administrator account in that case, which is also the first account that you normally use when you log into that system. And you won't see that DOS box because I'm not in the quiet mode of Java. I'm just using that because I can see in the background what is happening when I connect to my graphical user interface. So I'm now connected to my Linux server here, to my Linux demo server from my laptop, because I just installed the graphical user interface on my laptop. Of course, I'm authenticated against the server. That means I cannot install the GUI without authentication against the server. He's asking me during the installation process, which server do you want to connect to? And then you have to authenticate on that server with a small command line that you are allowed to connect with that GUI, of course. Then when the GUI is started, you have the main workplace, I would say, and I will go through the specific parts that we have to start with. So, for your information, first part of the course, let me say, a bit the typical classical starting part, working part is how to configure, how to install everything. We will work with that Fat GUI client. We will work with that client to configure our components, the backup tasks, and the scheduling, the automation for the whole backup environment. And therefore, we use the Fat GUI client. And afterwards, we will switch to the web UI for the last parts, job state monitoring, logging. All the parts are done with the web UI now. We will also see a bit the difference between the Fat GUI client and the web UI. So please be aware of that. Now, first of all, it's a bit hard. Yeah, it's a bit boring. Yeah, hope I can bring that to you mostly positive. We have to do our homework, so we will start to configure our environment. First of all, we have here on top different points where we can do something like file. Here we can do the GUI update or import, export the database. Under activities, we can start our dashboard. We can start the restore assistant. We can do an immediate restore or an immediate backup. We can cancel all current operations in case we have some trouble. We can restart backups and we can restart migrations. Restart backups is sometimes really helpful because then you get all the failed backups from the day that you choose, and then you can just activate the backups that you want to restart and click on start, and then he automatically restarts the backup. This is, I would say, the easiest proven way when you are, let me say, in the company on Monday. You just have a look and you just click on restart backups, have a look and say, oh, okay, I really need that, or I have to investigate that. I would work with that. But otherwise, you can do that also via the monitoring. And then we have the configuration. This is a very important part now. for our training, because we will adapt a bit in the defaults. First of all, here in the configuration, in general, we have the UI mode. We go to the UI mode expert. Normally, the typical UI mode is advanced, but we switch that to expert because we need some additional tools, additional informations for that training. That's the reason why we work with that expert mode. And do yourself a favor, if you are already familiar with SEP Sesam, I would suggest to always switch to the expert mode. We just changed it because sometimes newbies get a bit panic when they see the GUI in the expert mode and think, oh, fuck this shit, it looks a bit like a real hardcore enterprise Commvault environment, and I just want to back up my 2 clients here in that small office. So in that case, be aware that we work now with the expert mode. You can change the fonts, and you can change also the color patterns. I use normally white, yellow. You can also change the size of the fonts. That's related to your monitor, what you have. You support 4K. So my colleague has 2 curved widescreen monitors with 4K resolution, and he splitted all the parts of the fat GUI client on that 2 monitors. It looks a bit like Captain Kirk in the Enterprise because he likes that. But be aware, you can do that. You can do a lot of stuff, but I'm normally preferring the web UI now at times for that stuff. You can change the default data size. Normally it's kip mip and Linux conform, but I switched that to megabyte, terabyte, like everybody knows it. Localization and time can be done here, but more important for me now here is install and update. Update mode. I have the update mode checked automatically, but install manually. So I always get a message, hey, new updates are available. Then I click on the updates and he automatically starts the updates. This is also integrated in the GUI client now. We have standard retention periods for log files and for sheet entries or for read check log files and all that stuff. I normally leave that as they are. Number of trace log lines, so we have a lot of extras here, and I'm not doing anything additional to that, to be honest. And then we have here the permissions. The permissions are in interest, but the permissions are in interest later on for us when we have a look at the topology, how to work with different users, different user groups, and different permission levels. That's very important because that's a new feature, and this is later on extremely important when we work with the web UI and the restore wizard in the web UI, as I mentioned before, to grant access to specific resources to do a restore. Settings are settings. You cannot change anything here, so just leave that. Media types, we will showing a lot of media types. As I said, we can handle almost any kind of media, but some people are happy to see that we are really able to handle that media, because therefore we write that in the media types. So if you have a media that's not in the media types and you want to handle it, just tell me that. I will just put it in. That's it. Command. That's a very important feature. The commands. As you can see it here, SAP Harnix is my SAP HANA database system, because we have so-called external backups, and for that external backups we work with so-called command events. So we are not only able to do basic backups and all that stuff. If a client is installed on that system, we are also able, if we are authorized, that we can enable almost any kind of script, any kind of operations on that system. So we could also say, let me say, start all systems at 11 p.m. via wake on LAN, do the backup, and after that backup, shut down again all the systems, green IT and all that stuff. So this can be realized with command events. Command events are, let me say, a bit similar to pre and post interfaces, which are doing also additional operations, but command events are a bit more specific, because there we work normally with predefined scripts that activate most of the cases the backup APIs or trigger the backup APIs of external backups of the database vendors as an example. Therefore, we create commands that we use later on in command events for the scheduling. We're always talking about the automation process in the last step, and therefore it's very important to automate the complete process, that everything is monitored, and for the compliance available also external commands that we are triggering via SEP sesam. Permission management is very important. You've seen that because I have to insert my username and my password. As you can see it here, we have a lot of users created. We have some user groups here. We have actually no external groups, but it could be possible to have external groups because you are able to link the user management to marry that and link that with your Active Directory or with your LDAP infrastructure. But please be aware, even if you link that to your Active Directory, you can pick groups from the Active Directory and integrate them to your own user management. But the user management, the group management, and everything, the authorization is always kept in the sesam database itself, not in the Active Directory. We just create a link to the Active Directory because in case of a complete disaster, you won't reside to your Active Directory if that is down, if your AD is down. Of course, therefore, the sesam server has to run autark with his own user rights management. That's the reason for that. But of course, first of all, I would always activate the user management in the beginning after the installation. That is the point here, activation. To activate, use local user database, the first point at first. Use LDAP, use Active Directory is in my case activated for demo purposes. But of course, for now, the last part for that, which is for me, to be honest, very important, is let's talk a bit about ransomware. There are a few, let me say, basic rules, a few common basic rules to avoid a ransomware attack, to avoid encryption of your backups. The first rule for me is, if you are familiar with Linux, or if you're not so afraid to run the sesam server on Linux, as you can see it here, I'm running the sesam server on Linux, but I have my GUI installed on Windows, so no panic. You can always install the GUI on your Windows system and you don't have any trouble to configure this server. If you're able to run this server on Linux, let me say, with that small consideration during the configuration installation, you already eliminated almost up to 60% of your ransomware attacks against your system. Second point is, yeah, cool idea, link that to Active Directory and LDAP. Forget about that shit. Never ever link that to LDAP or Active Directory. It's a cool feature for the marketing, but normally the sesam server, the backup server itself, should run completely autark with no connection to the Active Directory, with no domain integration if possible, with no domain user activated on that system, with a local system user that is only used for the sesam server itself, so completely autark. Also, the storage should be connected completely autark with a dedicated loon, dedicated sound storage, with iSCSI target then protected with CHAP, or with a dedicated NFS share for actually specifically only that user. Boing, boing, boing. That was the next step. So now we have ransomware protection almost up to 80% running. Just with that few steps to consider during the configuration implementation phase. Just a hint from my side. So this is very important, because then you reduce the complete attack vector extremely. Because what's happening normally, if you have a ransomware infection in your company, then it starts with a small thin client from one of your employees. Then one of the nice Emotet service guys is looking on the system, and then he's looking around a bit in your AD infrastructure, is looking on your company, First of all, he's looking, oh, what kind of company is that? Makes it sense to install more stuff from my bots or not? Then he says, oh, okay, this company is, I don't know, a few billion large. Then let's check how we can exploit the Active Directory server. How can we gain administrative domain rights? Then the third step is, let's search for the backup server. Let's search the backups, because the first part what these friendly guys from the Emotet service are doing is that they search for the backup server and that they start encrypting the backups. This is a long process. The last step is that they start encrypting your productive data. This is really the last step. So first of all, you have to protect your backup server against any external attacks from these nice guys from the Emotet team or from other ransomware teams. And this is done normally just with these few considerations in the beginning, where you can eliminate almost most of the attack vectors. Please keep that in mind. This is very important for me. Email settings, this is the next part. We have an integrated email system, so we have to activate first of all our internal email account called small letters sesam. Very important. This is always the first account you should create, small letter sesam, because this is the user account that we've put in all our interfaces, in all the scripts from the interfaces, notification interface, alarm interface, that stuff. And then you just have to configure your SMTP server. You can then configure the receptions for that. And this is the first thing you should do, that you're able to send emails directly out of the system. Also the reports and the logs, all that stuff. Therefore, very important. Please, first of all, configure your sesam email account, small sesam, that you are able to send mails from the system. The last part is then here in the configuration, the interfaces. I mentioned them. We have pre and post interfaces. Pre and post interfaces can be used for almost any client, because pre and post interfaces are used for backup and restore operations. As an example, you start a restore, then you use the pre interface, and with that pre interface, we had that in the past almost 50% of the time with Exchange servers. They had a problem with the VSS writer of the Exchange server. So you just had to restart the Exchange VSS writer before you were able to do a proper Exchange backup. Therefore, you use the pre-interface, please restart the Exchange writer, then you started the backup. Or an example, an old database where I say, okay, I have to get the database offline before I start a backup, and later with the post interface, I have to get that online again after I did my backup. Therefore, we use the pre and post interfaces. Alarm, disaster, and notify. These three interfaces are sesam server specific. The alarm interface is used in case you have urgent operations, a very important backup, and you say, okay, if that backup fails, you directly have to send me a very urgent mail because this is extremely important. Or if the storage runs out of space, or if I don't have any additional tapes available, please directly inform me. Therefore, we use the alarm interface. This is a bit special. What's not special is the disaster interface and the notify interface. As I said before, first, you have to configure your email account. Second, you have to configure the disaster interface and the notify interface. Always, everybody that is working with a SEP sesam server, all of you have to activate the disaster interface and the notify interface. How to activate such an interface? That's very complicated. You have to click on that interface, then you can see the parameters and the configuration of the interface here, because now I opened it from, can you remember it? File structure? Skill templates, exactly. And then the next step, very complicated, because I don't have to change anything in that disaster interface. This interface is responsible to send you the information that you need in case your sesam server is crushed. It sends an email with the exact instructions to do a disaster recovery installation, and it attaches a so-called bootstrap database. With that database, SEP sesam is able to find its way to the storage device where the last sesam backups are stored after the disaster installation is finished. That's the important part. Okay, how to activate that interface? Let me see. Click on save. Oh, perfect. Now it's this interface is activated. So same for the alarm interface here, for the notify interface here. Just open it and click on save. That's it. The notify interface always sends you a report after the so-called sesam day. When a sesam day is finished, the sesam day normally is finished at 8 a.m. in the morning every day in the beginning, but we also will change that bit. But normally after 8 o'clock, when the sesam day is finished, you get a report about all the backups done till that time from the last day. You get a daily log file attached to that report, and this is also sent via email. Let's have a look here in my Outlook. And this is what I mentioned. So I have my servers here available, and one is the so-called prepare for disaster information. There you have this bootstrap database with a few kilobytes attached, and you have a specific a manual for Windows and Linux how to perform such a disaster installation. Of course, for that you have to activate the sesam backup itself and automate that backup. That's an important part, because sometimes people are, let me say, missing that part that they should do a backup of the sesam server itself. So, hint from my side, please configure that in the automation later on with the schedules at first. Yeah, we will have a look in detail more for the different reports and everything, what you can see here, what we can configure, what we can get when we talk about the web UI. Okay, let's go through the other parts. Now we have the window section here. The window section is extremely helpful when you work with different layouts. You can see that here I have a layout configured for me. Like I said, my colleague here with the two screens doing a bit like Captain Kirk with the Enterprise looks pretty fancy, but I'm also pretty sure that he's not really using all that stuff. It's just looking extremely fancy. If we go to this layout, you can see it changes something. If I go to that layout, it also changes something. Let me say, when I have here backups, let's delete that view here. It's which down. Let's delete that view and let's create a view. I will have a look from the last 2 days. Let's guess it's Monday. I only want to have the stuff that is in error or not active, or successful is not an interest, or active is not an interest, warning is not an interest. Yeah, that's cool. And I call that view weekend, and I save that view. And I also have, let me say, my data stores open. I have tasks by clients open. It's just to give you an idea how it works. So now I click on manage layouts. And my layout is the standard layout. It's called RB for Ralph Bogner. I click on save. And when I save the layout, that's the important part for me. I have all that stuff configured for the next start of the graphical user interface. So if I close that GUI, restart it, it should open normally with also that save view or with that tabs. That means it should open also with that weekend view, and don't lose that weekend view. Let's check if it works. So now the GUI should look a bit different, but this is as to say, if you work more with the Fat GUI client, as you can see it here, I have the different tabs now here available. I have here my weekend view available, so I can customize almost everything in the Windows section for my behaviors. That's important when you work more with the Web GUI client, but please be aware, of course, we will do more and more with the Web UI later on when we finish the 3 parts here. Here we have the help section. The help section is quite simple. We have the online manual. Let's guess. Yeah, it's just a link to our wiki. we have the possibility to send emails out of the web UI. We can also add attachments to the emails here. We get a license info here. The license info is very important, especially when you start with a demo server. Then you can send the license info with all that stuff after you configured and installed the whole environment to our team, to sales at SEP, and then they can directly create an offer for you, what you need, or if you need some updates, or if you need some specific parts. Normally it's an easy way to just send the license info if you have some trouble to our sales team, and if it's more technically specific, then they also will send that or will discuss it directly with us, with our pre-sales team. SEP remote support is just a link to our team viewer for Linux, Windows, and Mac. Subscribe to Rss Feed. That's not really important, because normally this is only important if you have a very old version and you want to subscribe to a newer RSS feed. But normally if you do a standard update, you get all the information that you need with the latest RSS feed via our message center. About SEP Sesam just shows you what kind of Sesam version is installed, and it shows you what kind of server and client version of JDK of Java is installed. That's sometimes important when you work with additional systems like me with the laptop, but normally if you have a different version on your laptop and you start the GUI, he automatically tells you, hey, a GUI update is available. Will you download it? Yes, sure. Okay, cool. Bye-bye. But very important for that, please, on the Windows, always start the GUI with administrative privilege. Otherwise, you cannot update the GUI because of the program data folder. On the right side here, we have the message center, and as you can see it here, yeah. Of course, you should be aware of any message that is read, and you should update your system at any time. That is very important, because when you contact our support team and you have not done all the important critical updates when patches are available, stuff like that, yeah, you can directly hang on and firstly install the latest patches before you call the support again. So this is very important, that you have to have a look always in the message center, 17 important messages, that you're doing the updates, so you can click on that message, you can directly click on the link, and then you can get the additional patches or whatever is needed. Therefore we have the RSS feed, and therefore we have this message center, notification center, that you are always on the latest patched version, on the latest version that you have available for that system. Okay, in the middle we have the main information, as you can see it here, where you can put all your tabs inside that you need to work with. I will close them again because we will start from top. And on the left side we have the main selection. We have our components, we have the tasks, and the scheduling. In the beginning, these are the first three parts we have to look at and configure. Components is the hard stuff, I would say. The hard stuff is also the hardware. That means the storage devices. We have to create a topology, how to build up or how to create the view for the environment. Maybe we have to attach a loader or a single tape drive. We have to have a look how media management and drive management is done. The tasks, of course, that's the next part. You have to create the backup tasks. You have to create backup groups for your backup tasks. That's the part what should be backed up, of course. So that is done with the tasks. And of course, for the components, we also have to configure our clients. Quite clear if we have physical clients or clients with databases or applications, that we have to configure that, of course. And the last part then is the scheduling. The scheduling is the most important part, because till that point nothing happens when you configure all that stuff, because nothing is automated. The automation, the complete automation is done with the scheduling then in the last section that we have to configure in the Fat GUI client. This is what we have to do then in the beginning now. And the last part here in the GUI to know is on the bottom is the current messages. So we have current system messages. It always shows the latest system message, what happened, because this is then also the message that will be put in the daily protocol to get that information. And we also have here the performance informations. The performance informations are always separated in different drives. We always working with drives. We work with physical drives and we work with virtual drives. But what we are not doing anymore is we don't work with virtual tape libraries when it comes to disk storage. Please get that out of your brain. We don't work with VTL or that stuff. When we talk about disk storage, we just talk about a virtual drive as a logical instance. A logical instance is just important for us that you can see things like cumulated throughput on the drive. Of course, we have an integrated multiplexer. That means sesam is able to do concurrent backups from different sources or from the same source at the same time. Therefore, the limitation is just bound to your license. So you can do 10 backups at the same time, or you can do 10,000 backups at the same time. That just depends on your license. And of course, on the amount of your remote device servers. As I have shown you that in the architecture before, you have to scale. So normally we say in maximum you can do 120 backups at the same time with the sesam server itself or with one of the remote device servers. So normally you scale remote device server, and so on per 120 streams, depending, of course, on the compute power of your remote device server or sesam server itself, of course. And there you get then this cumulated view about the throughput for the different devices. So that's, I would say, overall the part of the GUI. What we have here now also, of course, is the quick buttons, like here the dashboard, the restore with the web UI, the information about the sesam server itself, or here the latest calendar sheet, what will happen today. All that stuff is then also available via the quick buttons. I think you would be very fast quite familiar with that when you work with that quick buttons, but I'm normally working directly here with the topology. Okay, before we go to the first break, I'm doing just a wrap up. So you have seen that this is the first part what we had to look at here. That means I'm just explained the overview of the graphical user interface. We talked about the customization of the GUI with the window folder. If you want to do that, you can do that, and you can have a look here in the documentation for that. And after the first coffee break, we will go through the components. We will go through the components and we will talk about the topology and the clients and how to create the topology and what's the sense of the topology. That is the next step. So quite simple, top down in the GUI, we're talking about the topology, the clients, the data stores, and the loaders in detail. We're talking a bit also about drives, media pools, and media, but normally later on you don't need these three parts for the daily operations for normal administrations. This is more, let me say, specific information, I would say, in case you need it or in case you have to change or adapt a few things or to configure a few things new. Therefore, we use that. But first, we start with the components after the coffee break. And if you have till now, if you have questions, so Christian will gather the questions and we will talk about the questions after the coffee break before we go then to the first part of the configuration. So for now, I would say let's have a coffee break, answer a few mails or whatever you will do. We will have the coffee break till 11:45. So from now up, approximately a bit more than 15 minutes to give you the time. I will stop the recording till that time, 11:45, and then start the recording again. I will also mute myself. And then we will meet again at 11:45 for the next part of the training. Stay tuned, guys.
Hello from my side, shortly. Don't hesitate to write your questions into the question box during the whole session, and I will take care of your questions, and maybe I will write you an answer directly. Okay, bye.
Cool. Start recording. Okay. So 11:45. Welcome back, everybody, for the next slot till we have the mid break. Christian had one important question. I think I should answer that directly. If an SCA online is also planned for that year because of Corona, of course we will plan an SCA. Currently, we don't have a date available for the SCA because I have to manage that together with Florian, with my colleague. But yes, an SCA will be planned, and as we have a date for that, we will let you know ASAP, of course, when the SCA will be done. Cool. All the other questions, let me say, are more more specific. So Christian will answer that questions. But for now, I think we have to go on with the next part with the configuration of our components. That's what we are doing now. And therefore, we're using the Fat GUI client, and we'll discuss that parts specifically now. First of all, for your topology. The topology is just, let me say, a logical structure of your environment, how you will structure your environment. You can structure that like I did for applications like databases, virtualization with the different hypervisors. You can create locations, you can create sublocations, fairly simple, just by creating a location. So I did already the German SBA training. Let's delete that part and recreate that part. That means, as you can see it here, it's really simple. I go to top of the topology and say new location, call that SBA training. That's it. Quite simple. You can also create that as an example for a service provider. You can create that with your different customers as an example, or you can create that with different departments like management, accounting, sales, whatever. So feel free to think about the idea how to create a topology in the beginning. But two very important parts for the topology. First of all, the topology later is used for your authentications. That means if you want to work with multi-tenancy later on, also with a web UI, you have to be sure that you have the right tree structure in your topology, that you are able to manage that. So you have inherited right management. That means when you go to the properties here, you can see on the permissions who is able to get access to that different locations and what kind of access level they have for that location. That's the important part for that. So therefore we use the location, as you can see it here, with different users or with different groups that gain access to that location later on. Of course, that has no impact when you work with the Fat GUI client as an administrator with full rights. As you are the, let me say, the administrator or the root user that is configuring all that stuff. That's the important part why we work with the Fat GUI client for the configuration in the beginning. That's the topology. And afterwards, when you created the topology, you have to add your clients. Therefore, we have here the list view of the clients, and this is important for me because here we start working more intensively with the Fat GUI client, and as you can see it here, we have a lot of information for the client available. Update mode, if it's possible to update the client, what kind of package is installed on the client, what kind of sesam backup client SBC version is installed, what's the latest message of the client. And I always, if it's possible, I always prefer the list view before the tree view, because normally the list view is extremely good for search operations, for sort operations, because you're able to sort all these tabs. So you can say, okay, I want to have the main information operating system, the main information last season message, or whatever that's more important for me. So I want to have that listed in the beginning directly. I can change that for my behaviors. I can also right click on top of the columns here, and I can also choose another additional information what I want to have. Like, I want to know the MAC address of the system. I want to know how many cores the system has. So as you can see it here, we have a lot of information available that is sometimes pretty helpful, not even for backup. You can use it also for other management purposes. If you change the view, you always have to click on Save View. And that's the important part, because later on, if you change some other views, you always have to save the view, and you have to remember that you can adapt almost any kind of stuff. I just want to show you that on the example with the client's view here now. The next part is the configuration of a client. Therefore, we click on New Client, and we can then directly add a new client. You can also, when you work with the topology in the beginning here, like virtualization, you can of course also directly here with right click add a new client to that topology that you actually created. So this is normally in the beginning easier than switching to the clients. What you have to look at when you add a client, normally you have to insert the name. I always use the FQDN name, like blafoo.sep.de. Or you can work with the IP address, but in case of name, I normally prefer the FQDN. Then you have also directly the so-called backup interface available here. Then you have to choose a location. In case you did that with the right mouse click here directly in that location. You have to choose a platform. You can choose between Linux and Windows. For some specific cases, you can use NetWare for the old school stuff, or you can use NDMP for NetApp storages, or Unix or VMS. As I said, for the old school stuff, I would say normally you work with Linux and Windows. For Linux, you can choose Linux or OS Linux, and you can choose an access mode. Normally, the standard access mode now is SSH. I told you that before. That means the communication is encrypted. We use our own SSH connector internally, because when you choose Windows as a platform, as you can see it here, you also have standardly SSH activated. You don't have to configure SSH. You don't have to install any SSH stuff or configure that for Windows. Just forget about that, because this is our internally integrated own SSH connector. So you don't have to do additional configurations for that when you start with a fresh installation of Subsystem that goes out of the box. For users that have already a sesam server running, it could be that the connection, the access mode at the moment is control and not SMSH. Therefore, it would be a good hint to switch from control to SMSH, because control is a complete unencrypted communication with the client. We are talking about the communication between the client and the server. We are not talking about the data transport. Very important. This is just a communication. Like server says, hey client, blah, 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 blah. And the client says, hey, hello server, hi, blah, blah, blah. Here's my log file, my protocol, and all that stuff. That's the normal logical communication. Therefore, standardly SMSH is used. Proxy is a specific case for virtual machines to mount additional data to a proxy system, as an example. RSH, yeah, old school. SSH, standard SSH. And virtual is also, let me say, a specific case for specific virtual machines. So, yeah, you don't have to be aware of that. Please be aware, you always use SSH. You can use a VM server type. That is important when you install an agent on the vCenter or on another hypervisor system for management purposes. The latest notes always shows you if something went wrong, connection or whatever. The interfaces is normally the standard interface that is created, that is then later on used for communication and used for data transport. This is important because you could use an interface called blafu.backup.sep.de. So if you have a second network adapter available and you have a dedicated subnet like backup.company.whatever, then you could use that as a specific interface for backup to create a backup network to separate the complete throughput from your productive LAN infrastructure. This is the purpose of that you can use that you can work with dedicated backup networks. Client is a virtual machine. That is sometimes helpful if you have to describe on which management host it is connected and what is the name of the virtual machine. That is sometimes important and helpful when you really have to sort out that this is a virtual machine and not a physical machine, because that belongs to the nature of the hypervisor. Normally every machine is presented as a physical machine because it should not be identified as a virtual machine. Of course, that's yeah, the idea of virtualization. Do not update the client if it's an old client like Windows XP. It makes sense. Execution of backups. Execution of means the client is locked. Then the client is not counted also in the license anymore. That's sometimes helpful if you have license issues or if you don't want to back up that client anymore because it was used by a guy that left the company or whatever reason. You have additional options available. First, you have the access option. The access options are options that are used for the logical communication with the clients, like the blah blah blah. And the STPD options are used for the data transport of that client, because STPD is the sesam transfer protocol daemon. That means here you can change, I don't know, the port that you are using or whatever stuff in that case. OS access, specific OS access means if you need another user for that client to work with, you can add that here in OS access. Normally on the Linux we are root, we are allowed to do almost anything, of course, and on the Windows we use the NT authority system account, the typical system user, local system user of the Windows system. You can back up almost 90% of the system with the system account. That's no problem. But in case you want to do a backup of, let's say, applications like Microsoft SQL database, you need a specific backup user to back up the database. Therefore, you can add that backup user from the AD to work with that user in case you have to do specific backups. Therefore, we have these additional users here integrated. But most important, choose the platform Linux or Windows. Please, on the Windows, choose the appropriate OS, because this differs in the amount of VSS snapshots or whatever. It would work anyhow, whatever you pick here, but normally it makes sense to pick the specific OS that you have. Additional options and access, that is what you have to look at. And then when you click on OK, of course, in my case, it will not work because the client is not available. So we get a system message here. Testing connection to client blafu at sep.de. There is no access to computer blafu at sep.de. Oh my goodness, it's not available. He automatically likes to create a job for you, a backup job. But of course, in my case, it won't work because we will get an error. So this is also important. You can directly see if the client is configured properly because he's automatically testing the connection. So after you added all the clients, you have to add some backup storage. First of all, normally you add some disk storage. Maybe some of you are also working with tape storage, so that's the reason why we will have a short look also in the tape section. But primarily, of course, we concentrate on the disk storage. The disk storage in SEP system is called a data store, and we have different types of data stores that we are able to connect. So when we create a new data store, we can choose the typical standard data store. We call that the path data store. So that's a native file data store which consists out of a few folders, and in that folders we store our so-called safe sets, the backups, and some additional metadata. This is a .info file that is stored with every safe set, with every backup. So we give that data store a name, blah, foo. We choose path for a native backup data store, which should be always the first backup storage that you should create. When you start with Subsystem, a test data store is created firstly to do the first test backups. Of course, you can delete that test data store before you configure a new data store, or you can leave it as it is, like you want. We have additionally Cloud Banks and Store Once Catalyst protocol for the HP Store Once integration. We have NetApp Snapshot integration for NDP. We have the Path Data Store. We have a so-called Easy Archive store. Forget about that store because this will change in the future. It's a cooperation with Growl Data. We still have that, but in the future we will use another archive technology, I think from S3 or whatever. And we have the SI3 deduplication store. The difference between the native data store, path data store, and SI3 deduplication store is that you can only install one SI3 dedup store per server or per remote device server. Of course, that is makes sense because when you install several SI3 dedup stores, you need several times compute power for that. So it makes not really much sense when you're able to do a global dedup to install different SI3 dedup stores, as you can separate all these data stores always with the media pools. That's the important part when you create a data store, that the separation on the data store is then managed with by the media pools. So let's go to the native data store, path data store. We normally, when we create a path data store, he automatically creates two drives, create drive, create second drive, as you can see it here, because we always create a second drive as a reserved restore drive. That drive has only one channel, one stream available, and is reserved for restores. You automatically get an additional drive number, and you get an amount of channels, maximum channels. As I told you before, we are able to do multiple backups at the same time, and these multiple backups are controlled and managed by the drives, by this virtual drive. So we create a virtual drive, a virtual backup drive for the data store, and this drive has at the moment 10 channels or 10 streams, 10 backup streams in maximum available. And as you can see it here, I can change it anyhow. That depends on my license, but normally it starts with 10, I think. That's the amount of backups you can do at the same time. You can then choose the device server. So in my case, Demofix 3 is my backup server, but if I have installed an RDS package on another system and already added as a client, as we have seen it before, add a client, just add a client with an installed RDS package, nothing more. You can pick that one here in the drop down and use that as the data transport system with the connected storage device. That's the only thing you have to switch when you work with a remote device server. The next part is the drive options here. You won't see the drive options, hint from my side, when you work with a normal advanced view and not with the expert view. And the drive options are also very interesting because we have our so-called SI3 DDoP store. SI3NG stands for new generation available. And currently, with a few limitations, this is released for Linux for first testing phases. So I always have already have a service provider working with 300 terabytes of backup daily and 50,000 backups per day, and he's putting all that stuff on one of the SI3NG stores and reduces the amount of data down to, I think now at times we are at in between 12 and 15 terabytes from the 300 terabytes per day. Of course, it's a lot of SAP HANA databases, because that's also the reason why they have between 30 and 50,000 backups per day. But the new generation DDoP store is hardcore, as to say, compared to the actual SI3 data store. We invested a lot of development, a lot of time. It needs less the resources, less the compute power. So you can start that with already with 4 gigs of RAM. So this is interesting. And in case you want to test the SI3 NG data store, also tip from my side, just PM Christian Christian has the option for you available how to activate it. I think it's just what was it, smd.ng or something you have to insert. Use dedup2. Oh, that's complicated. Use dedup2. Oh, you don't underscore. Yes. But delete that. You don't have seen that. Please really do me the favor. If you want to test that, hey, just write Christian a message, and then we can do that, because he's also responsible for our beta testers. But in that case, with limitations for Linux, it's available. When you browse that system, also fairly simple. As I mentioned before, you have to browse the system. It should be mounted to your system. You can work directly with that disk storage by choosing that disk storage. I'm choosing my data store that I already have on the system, so I won't finish that completely. Otherwise, I will create a new data store over my old data store. A bit weird. But I try to explain you the last two important parts. The capacity. The capacity is the overall capacity that you are able to use from your storage device. You could later on combine different storage locations, like you have a USB disk, you have a Sunloon with 16 gigs, and you have an iSCSI target, and you have a ZIF share and an NFS share. You could combine them all together with Sepsis by creating additional virtual drives. So you can expand then the data store with the software automatically later on. Cool feature, huh? To be honest, it is shit. Forget about that. That's the second hint. Like I told you that before with AD and LDAP integration, all that blafu, what you can do, fancy stuff. The same for the storage device. Do yourself a favor and please give your sesam server a dedicated storage device, a dedicated loon or whatever, with a dedicated space where nobody else is working on. Not the developer parking his dev virtual machines, or the maybe log files from the productive database in the same storage. Or the best idea is to configure your SAN or your NAS device with over provisioning. That's the typical American approach. Hey, we have 10 terabytes, let's make 100 out of this. And then combine that with deduplication. Then in the end, it should go down again to 10 terabytes. No. Do yourself a favor, always work with a dedicated space and the dedicated size for your backup server. Then you insert by capacity also the overall size of your data store. And the second one here is the so-called high watermark. The high watermark is, I would say, the threshold indicator, or is the stopping point. So that means, as we learned it with the channels, in case you have 10 backups running at the same time on that data store and he reaches the high watermark, he still lets the backup run till they finish, but he won't start any additional backups if they are planned for the same time. So if another 10 backups are planned for the same time, he won't start them, because then he says, okay, I'll reach the limit of the data store, so I won't start any upcoming backups because I'm running out of space. Therefore, we have this high watermark, and the experience is to configure the high watermark as big as the biggest expected backup when you have a complete full backup cycle from the weekend. Let's guess your file server has 600 gigabytes. Then I would configure the high watermark at minimum for the 600 gigabytes. That means if you have 4 terabytes of space, you would use 3.4 terabytes for the high watermark to have at least the 600 gigs available for that backup. But this is This is, of course, a thing of experience when you work with backup software. You have to know what you could expect for the backups or how many space you have left. Best practice would be never run out of space, of course. So therefore, we have this high watermark. In case you work with specific storages that are using their own DDoP technology, you can activate that here for Microsoft data duplication, EMZ, VNX deduplication, or all that stuff. Therefore, we have this additional option here available that we are able to calculate with their deduplication ratio then. I mean, that's it what you have to do to create the data store. And when you create a data store, let's have a look in my data store here. This is what I currently created now, this data store. You can see how the data store is configured. I have two drives in that data store. One drive is read and write. This is my backup drive. And the second one is only read. This is my restore drive. That's how it's configured for me. Here, as I mentioned it before, you can see all the safe sets, the backups that are on that data store. And here, the first one, as you can see it here, it's the so-called sesam backup. The most important backup, the first backup you have to configure is stored on that data store. You can see media, medias on that data store. That means just these are the media pools that I have created on that data store. That means all the time when I start a backup, he always asks me on which media pool. And I say on the media pool backup week. Why? Because here's the magic trick, because of the end of life, the retention time. The retention time inside the data store, how long the data should be stored on this data store, is managed by the media pools. And for me, backup week is the media pool where I have my weekly full and incremental backups stored for at least 2 weeks. That's the reason why it's called backup week. That's the only thing what media pool is good for, is the management of the retention time. Actions, fairly simple. Check space, file system check, purge. That means before we write new data on a data store, we always look, is there a backup that we are able to delete because its AOL is finished, its retention time is finished, and it is able for deletion. Then we delete these backups, of course, before we start new backups on the data store to get the maximum space available. That's the only thing we have to look at. A bit different is the dedup store, because for the dedup store we have a few additional informations like the deduplication ratio. Also here in that case for the store 1 system, because that has an integrated deduplication. And this is for me very important, because also for conceptual purpose, you can work with a deduplication store. I normally use the deduplication store always as a second storage for long-term purpose. Let me say you have a first storage device with native data, with short-term, with that backup week media pool, what I have shown you, to keep the data for a maximum time of 2 weeks. And then we're talking now again about the best practice 3-1 or 3-1-1 backup strategy that you should implement to have a proper backup, but more details later in the consulting basics. And then the second staging should be a dedup store or a tape drive or whatever, a second storage. But the dedup store should be always, for me, in case you use software deduplication, the second storage in line, because of the compute power that you need. You need compute power to store the backups. You need more compute power to restore the backup. It takes time to rehydrate the data from a dedup store. Of course, you can do all that fancy stuff like single file restore or whatever also from one of our SI3 dedup stores, but please be aware, always be aware that you need a lot of compute power. You need fast disks. SSDs, you need a lot of CPU, a lot of RAM, and if you're doing write operations, read operations, migrations, and replications, all the stuff at the same time from one dedup store, believe me, you need a lot of compute power. In that case, if you want to use that as a primary target, a dedup store, you always have to work with a storage appliance. You always have to work with hardware. in case of I don't know, EMZ, or in case of HPE with the store once, you have an integrated ASICs chip. He's doing that with his burnt-in hardware on the fly. He don't have to use software for that. That's the important part. That's where the main power comes from. A DDoS store is always on the software layer, is always for me more for archiving purpose, for long-term storage, for that stuff, and not for the first in-place storage that you are using. Please keep that in mind. Third part here is the loader section, so we can also add additional loaders. When you add a loader, you have to be aware what's the name of the loader, the device name, and the device name of the loader can be figured out with our so-called sesam loader utility. The sesam loader utility is available with the sesam server after the installation. So in that case, when I go to my Linux system and I type in SLU, sesam loader utility, you get the man page for that, what you can do. So I type in SLU scan, and you can see the ID of the loader here. This is the loader here, loader HP MSL 6000 is /dev/sg3 for Linux. Normally you start with SG0 or SG1 or whatever, and for the tapes normally it's always dev NST01 or whatever. When you do the same stuff on Windows, it's fairly simple. It starts with tape 0 and it starts with changer 0. That's the only difference, and that has to be inserted here. To communicate with the loader, everything low level SCSI, so nothing else. And you have to insert the amount of slots. We always start counting by 0, not by 1. And here I have 58 slots available. That means it's 59 slots overall, but I have one slot as a mail slot, as a port to export import tapes without opening the library. And I have, that's the other point here, I have 2 cleaning tapes in the loader. And these cleaning tapes are using also 2 slots, of course. Important, therefore, the management of the cleaning tapes is always done by the loader software itself. It's not done by the sesam server, because the loader software itself knows how many cycles the tape did, when to clean the tape, and this stuff. So let that do the loader software. Barcode, yes, in case you have one, and auto unload function, always no. That's what you have to remember. Or, from my side, as I said before, just properly install the loader before you install the sesam server, and you can skip the whole configuration. Same for the tapes here. Tape, as I mentioned it before, dev NST0, NST1, what address you have for the tapes inside the loader. Content of the loader is relatively easy. On the left side you have the tapes with labels. In the middle you have the robotic. Here on top right you have the tapes. And on bottom you have the mail slots to unload or to import or export tapes. And here you can see a label called spare_pool, big letters. Please do yourself a favor, always create a second media pool and fill that media pool with tapes called spare_, big letters. Because then you can also get rid of the whole tape cycling management, which is normally really a bit pain in the ass, to be honest. How many tapes do I have to export and import, and how do I have to do the archive introduction, all that stuff. Ooh. Because with the archive adjustment you have to add new tapes to a specific media pool and all that stuff. Get rid of that. Remember, just create a spare pool, because from that spare pool all the other media pools are able to grab the tapes and insert them automatically to their own media pool, as he did here with slot 0, because this is one of the new media he already grabbed to import or to implement that to I don't know, the pool migration 3 months, which is my quarterly backup for the year, or to the pool migration 1 month, which is my migrated backup that I have for every month for the latest full backups. So keep that in mind. Spare pool, very important to automate the process. Then we have the drives here. As I mentioned before, drives are just logical instances, but of course you can also create new drives, or you can assort drives to other remote device server. If some remote device server is dead, you can also switch them to other remote device servers, but normally you don't have to do anything here. It's managed by the SESAM server itself. Same for the media pools. The media pools for tapes, of course, look a bit different. Here, the spare pool with the medias, you can see all the different, the single medias. In case of a disk pool, it's just a logical instance, so you can see backup week as an example. You can see the drives and the media, which is just one folder. That's it. It's just a folder on the storage where we store the data. That's the point of the media pools. But very important for the media pools, of course, I told you that before, is the retention time. So that's the point where you can also change the retention time. You can adapt that for the media pools, but the media pools are only responsible for the retention time, how long the data is kept on the storage. That's the main part for the media pool. So topology is created, the clients are configured, we have a storage device attached. Some people maybe also have a loader configured with a few tapes. We had a short look on the drives and the media pools, and that's it. So the hardware stuff and the basics are done now, and that's what we did with the configuration of the components. First part done. Now we come to the second part. Tasks by clients, by groups, and migration tasks, backup plans. I will show you that, migration tasks, replication tasks, and as a list. This is the second part now. We have to create backup tasks, of course. Here we have also, let me say, one of my most important tips for you today. And this is for me also always very important, that you work properly with that configuration. There we have to change a pretty tiny part before we start with the configuration of the backup tasks. Because normally I told you everything is quite simple. Typically German, we do all top down and everything is fine. Except one small exception here, the so-called task by groups, the task groups. Before you start creating all the tasks here, do yourself a big favor. Before you start with that, please create a task group for that. A task group should always be used when you work with backups. This is for me extremely important. Let's delete that one. Let's delete that one. Let's delete that one. That's always fine. I like to delete things from my colleagues. New task group. We call that task group fairly simple, SBA training VM. And click on OK. That's it. Maybe we create the next task group. We create a second task group. Call it SBA training data. Okay. So keep that in mind. That's it. Please, first of all, create a task group. I normally create task groups for specific applications and specific hypervisors as an example. So I have normally a task group called databases. Then I have a task group called virtual machines. And then I have a task group called file backups. And then I have a task group called exchange group-wise, or what kind of group-based solution you have. That's the rough configuration I'm always doing with the task groups before I start adding all the backup tasks to task groups. Because later on for the automation, I'm only working with task groups. I never ever work with single backup tasks in my schedules, because it looks not good, it's not really good manageable, and I have to look at more things later on what I have to think about. And as I told you before, the intelligent admin is the lazy admin, and I don't like to think too much. That's the idea beyond that when we work with that system later on, to reduce the administration, to get to that goal that we say only 10% monitoring administration and all that stuff, and not 40% or 30 or whatever, because it's a backup software. A backup software is always a bit boring product, and I don't want to work too much of my lifetime with a boring product like tax accounting software, all that stuff. But you need it. That's the point. Okay, switch to tasks by clients. Now we have to add backup tasks to our clients. First thing I do is normally I go to that client, I browse that client, and I'm picking a task. Let's go to databases, applications, IBM DB2, because here I have a Windows system, pretty interesting Windows system. And I just right click on that system, say new backup task, and now I could choose the task type here, which is, oh my god, what was it? I'm not quite sure. Choose some additional options. No. First of all, just browse that system. Always browse that system. When an agent is installed on that system, the agent automatically presents you all the available applications and every stuff that he is able to back up. As you can see it here, I could do a bare metal recovery of that Windows system. I could do an IBM DB2 database backup, Microsoft SQL backup, MySQL backup. I can do a system state backup, or of course the typical specific file backups of the system with all the VSS writers integrated. This is also a cool feature. I can also exclude specific VSS writers in case I know, okay, when I start that VSS writer, I cannot do a backup because it always fails or gets in a failed state. I can then exclude also specific parts like folders, whatever. Then I can click on OK, and he automatically creates the backup task for me. So as you can see it here, task type now is path, standard backup. Let's switch that and go to DB2, click on OK, and he automatically creates the backup task with the task type DB2. So fairly simple how to configure a backup task. But for now, we realized, okay, we have just a single backup task. Let's say, okay, we want to back up that client. We click on new backup task, browse that client. We want to back up the C partition. Let's click on the C partition. And that's everything what we want to have for the beginning. But for now, I'm having a few extra options. Here on Windows, I have the option backup with VSS. Of course, we always want to do a snapshot backup, that we have a consistent backup. We have no exclude at the moment. We could use pattern exclude. That means we can browse and get a list here. We could use also an external list with specific files that have to be excluded. We can also work with regex exclusion. Regex is very powerful in that case. We also have an additional regex documentation on our wiki, what you can use to exclude, I don't know, star.mpg or star.jpeg or whatever. Yeah, you have to look how to configure that. We have additional options available. Pre and post operations, as I mentioned before. I execute pre because you have to shut down the database before you do the backup, and afterwards please start the database again when the backup is finished. These are the pre and post operations. In expert view, you have also additional backup options available and restore options available, like verbose level, that you have a bigger log file or that stuff. This is explained in our administration manual from our wiki documentation page. We have encryption and compression available, so we could use AIS 256 encryption. Makes sense. You can create a keyword for that. The keyword is then non-readable, of course, stored in the database, but you can also say don't save that keyword in the database, but please then remember that keyword and don't let your boss choose the keyword because he will forget it, or he has to write it down and pin it on the monitor like the classical, you know what I mean. Compression, you can work with compression. My honest opinion, don't work with compression. Compression needs a lot of compute power. The same like encryption needs compute power. Also data transfer with encryption needs compute power. It needs a lot of compute power, and normally it makes more sense to work with deduplication or to work with compression on the storage location, because then you have a global compression like a global deduplication, and you don't have too much compute power that is used for that, because when you activate compression on normal Windows systems and you're doing some incremental backups during the day, you will see an impact for that. Only if you really run out of space, you should use the compression, because that's the fine part. Storage is not costing that much anymore, so you get a cheap storage with a good performance for backup with a JBoot with RAID 5 and everything what you need for a really, really good price. So I always would go for more storage, as your data is always growing. So if I have customers or if I have partners that tell me, yeah, next year we will have less the data and we don't have data growth because we delete everything, and we will say, yeah, you're lying to me. You will at least have between 5 and 15% data growth. That's the reality. OS access, I mentioned that before, can be configured specifically for every task. And here is the magic point now. As I have the task group available directly, I will choose that task group. In that case, SBA training data. Doink. Here we have additionally also directly the schedules available, because I already have a lot of schedules configured. So we have here the task groups. Remember that, task groups. Here, the task groups. Please remember that. Boing, the task groups. Here we have the schedules. Don't remember that. Don't remember that. Don't look at that, because you don't need that. You won't use that here. You only work with the task groups. That makes it much more simple. So I'll click on OK here. Oh, encryption. Ding, 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 ding. I don't want to have the encryption here. Oopsie. Click on OK. Now I have configured a backup job here, just for testing purpose. In that case here, the C partition. And that's how it works actually for almost everything. When you go to, let me say, let's choose a Linux system, new backup task. Let's browse the Linux system. What can we do? We'll have a look on the Linux system. We can back up, we can back up the hypervisor, KVM. We can back up a Linux bare metal. We can back up the Postgres database or the file backups, as we have seen it before. So the look and feel is always the same. You won't get confused between Windows and Linux, between applications. You even won't get confused between the databases and the hypervisors. Let's choose VMware. Here we have for the vSphere system, so-called manage VM task overview. That's that's a bit a bonus or a plus, because this is only available for VMware. Like, hey, I want to have the backup of all the VMs or that stuff. But when you browse the system classically and say new backup task, as you can see it here, browsing, you'll get the virtual machines available here, and you can pick a virtual machine, and then the backup for that virtual machine is automatically created. For me, a very important part here is also, and that's the reason why I'm taking the Oracle system, you can also exclude disks. Because I'm talked about data classification and data prioritization in the beginning. And normally I'm keeping a backup of a virtual machine for disaster recovery purpose, not longer than 14 days of on my short term or my fast storage available for instant recovery purpose, for direct mount, whatever. So normally I'm only backing up the system disk in my virtual machine, and I'm excluding the application, the database disk in my virtual machine backup. Because therefore I'm installing an agent on that virtual machine. I'm doing a separate backup with the Oracle Armin API as a consistent database backup that is also supported by Oracle, by the vendor directly. And I'm storing that not on the media pool week for 14 days. I'm storing that on the media pool month for at least 30 days or at least 150 days, whatever, because this is my important data. This is the data I need. The other stuff is just for disaster recovery purpose, and it makes not much sense for me to have an inconsistent database inside my virtual machine backup. That's the important part why I'm working here in that case directly with a separation, because I have different data types, different classifications and prioritizations for the data. And this can be done fairly simple with SEP sesam. So let's create the Oracle backup like here. Now I would say task groups, virtual machines, VMware, and then I click on OK. In that case, it won't work. Oh, task already exists, of course. But in that case, for you to know, it's important that this task group is already assorted to different schedules. So in that case, when I click, when I choose that task group VMware and I click on OK, I can be sure that everything is completely automated. Then, when the full backup is done on the weekend, Saturday 1 p.m. and the incremental backups are done every day in between 8 to 10 p.m. once a time, or in case I choose the group databases, I can be sure that the log file backups or incremental backups are done every day, every hour, and the full backups are done every weekend. That's the reason why I'm just choosing the appropriate task group, because they are all assorted to different schedules for the automation process. That's the idea beyond it. So fairly simple. That's it. Or let's browse. Bluff except delete that one. Yes. Let's browse Red Hat virtualization. Right click on the Red Hat hypervisor here, say new backup task, browse that system, and as you can see, it's here. Also in that case, for virtual machines, the look and feel is fairly simple. That means also here he is now gathering all the virtual machines, and then I am able to pick a virtual machine and create the backup task. As I told you that before, file systems, for applications, for databases, for all that stuff, that's the same way. In that case, I would choose the task group virtual machines ref, and that's it. Simply and straightforward. Of course, later on, if you have large environments, you can do that all that stuff also with scripts and with automation with our command line interface. So you don't have to click anything in the GUI. Everything works on the command line. Even more works on the command line. Of course, this is just for the basics, for the beginning, for the configuration, how to work with sesam in normal scale environments. Ja, doch. Okay, so that's it for tasks by clients and the task groups. Now we have the view of the backup plans. The backup plan view is for me how many migrations I have configured, replications, task groups, and tasks. This is, as I would say, a compressed view of all that stuff that I have configured here with a search function for that. Could be helpful sometimes if somebody else has to work with the system, because we always assume that you have configured your system properly and logically, and let me say easily, that your colleague is able to overtake and to work with the system at any time. Because normally when you have to do a critical restore, your colleague has to do the restore who has no clue of the backup server, and you're sitting on the beach with a daiquiri because you have holidays, and then your colleague is in panic. So all this, when you configure a system, don't think about yourself. Don't think with your brain of yourself. Think about your colleague, think about his brain, and think about how would he work with that system, how would he understand the system. Then you have a proper configured system that is suitable for everybody. Don't think about yourself when you configure the system. That is always the point, because then normally other people have big trouble when they try to do a restore. An important additional part for a good backup strategy is the migration. The migration creates a native copy of your data on the second storage device. We always talking about the media breach. That means we have a disk storage device, then we have a second disk storage device, or we have a cloud storage device, or we have a tape storage device. We have another physical media, and this is also the best would be that you have different storage medias, and these storage medias are always in different locations. That means we have to create a staging. That means disk to tape, or disk to tape to cloud, or disk to cloud, or disk to cloud to disk, or whatever. This is 321, 311, 312, 32211, or 31122. We're currently creating a bigger Wikipedia article for that we are explaining you the different backup strategies, how they are used nowadays. Because the classic was 3-1, that was the typical disk to tape part that was used, and therefore you need this migration task to create a native copy. The migration task, when we click on that, is just a template. That means in that case here, disk disk to tape as an example. Then you have to choose the source pool, backup week, my disk pool. You have to choose the destination, the target. In that case, I would say my 1 month migration, my tape pool. Drive is optional, the interface is optional. Normally they should reach each other directly. Hot connected makes sense without going through the network. Then we have the backup date. The backup date takes the relative day from starting from 0, the actual day, back in the time. That means fairly simple. Normally, when we work with sesam days, we will come to that later. What's the difference between a calendar day and the sesam day? But do yourself a favor, always choose the sesam day here. Don't think too much about that. It's always helpful when you do a training with me that you, let me say, trust me and don't use your brain too much and ask too much questions, because believe me, I'm doing that all the time. I will answer that later on. Just keep that in mind. Oh, there was a sesam day and the calendar day. That's the only difference. Then we go back from day 0, 1 day. That means let's assume it's Monday and we go back 1 day, then it's Sunday. So we try to get all the data from the backups that we did over the weekend, and on Monday we will transfer them from disk to a tape storage location or to another disk storage location. That depends on the destination media pool here. Why I'm doing that on Monday? Because, as I said, if it's properly configured, it's not going through the network. It's just some connected or whatever. So the two storage devices are directly connected to each other, so you won't affect the productive network, and you can do that operations on Monday to Tuesday, the whole week, because nobody's affected of that, and you can directly monitor that. That's the idea. Successfully or with warnings is the standard. That means also backups that went into a warning will be migrated to the other side. I normally choose partially restorable. Partially restorable means also backups that were broken, went into an error, are migrated to the other side, because in case you did a native file backup, you can still use that. So if you backed up your file server till 800 gigabytes from, but it was 1 terabyte, you can still use that 800 gigabytes. This is the big plus point of native file backups. Yeah, doing the same thing with virtual machines like VMware or that stuff with a block-based backup, useless. Now let's go a few steps back. I talked about data classification. You remember that? That means, hey, there I have the virtual machine only stored for 2 weeks on the first storage device, because otherwise they are too old and useless, because doing a disaster recovery of a Windows machine that is older than 1 month, yeah, believe me, you're faster to install it from scratch and update with patches before you start reverting the virtual machine. So in that case, also the partially restorable virtual machine would not make much sense to migrate them to another location. But the partially restorable database or log files, redo logs, all that stuff, hey, that could be interesting. So I should migrate that maybe. The backup level is copy. Copy is nothing else than a full backup. So full and copy are completely the same. The only difference is that a copy backup in the logic of SEP sesam can be done at any time and will not affect your backup chain. will not affect the last full backup, will not affect your differential and incremental backups. That's the only difference. So I normally don't choose the copy backups because they are only done when you immediate start a backup, and you won't affect your full differential incremental backup chain. Then you can decide if you only want to have the full backups on your tapes, or if you want to have also the differential and the incremental backups. And if you have separate media pools for differential and incremental backups, you have to choose also the option generation. Then he picks everything from all the different sources together and migrates from all the media pools everything on that tape drive. To be honest, normally in all my cases, I only migrate the full backups, because therefore I have the short terms to go back in time. This is the RPO, the recovery point objective, how many recovery points I have set. So in case of a 2-week full backup with incrementals, I have then the 10 days incremental for the 5 days per week for the working days. This is then the stuff I have normally short-term available, but for the migration, I normally choose only the full backups from the last weekend to have them on the tape. But that depends on you, what you want to have. Then we have other options available. You can also say after successful migration, you can delete the original, or you can delete that with the next purge, or normally it's off. So normally it's not deleted, but you can do that. Number of copies means how many copies should be created from the migration or can be created. 0 is unlimited. That means you can migrate the data. You can migrate from the migration, it makes it more complicated, or you can migrate the data to tape once a time. You can migrate the same data from disk to cloud once a time. You can migrate the same data from disk to dedupe once a time. That depends also on how fast you want to have the data back in case of a disaster. Maybe it's later, it's faster from tape than from dedupe, and therefore you have main important data also on tape and dedupe. Therefore, we have this number of copies. This is a pretty helpful feature. That would be normally in the past. That would be a pretty helpful feature for. I would say for the banks of Switzerland, when you see the German guys coming out of the bank with a lot of CDs and get a few millions of tax back. So therefore we have this limitation integrated. The rest is additional, I would say, stuff I never ever used, but you can use it if you want to get familiar with that. Just have a look in the documentation. That's it. How to create a migration. We save that migration, and this is what we can use later on also for the automation for our schedules. Then we have the replication tasks. The replication tasks are quite similar to the migration tasks. From the idea, you have a source. In that case, it must be a deduplication source, an SI3 pool, and you can migrate the data to another deduplication target, to another RDS running a dedup store. I have only one connected to that system, but to compare that with migration, this only works with block-based backups, because the migration is always a native backup, and replication is always a mirror that is created from your block-based backups. And in that case, it always transfers data when blocks are changed on the source side. It always transfers the data. So this is a 24/7 ongoing process. That means you only have to create one replication task once a time if you have 2 dedup stores. And then you can add that to whatever schedule you want, because in that case it's automatically activated when you add that to a schedule. That's the reason why we have a relative backup date of minus 99,000 whatever, because it's a 24/7 ongoing process that creates a mirror from A to B. That's the difference between migration and replication. You could do also a migration from a dedup store as an example, but in that case, the dedup store would rehydrate all the data before, would create native data out of the deduplicated data, and then copy the data to the other location, because then it's a migration that creates native data again. So please keep that in mind. Migration, always native data copy. replication always a block-based mirror of the data. That's the difference between the two. And then we have the last part here as list, tasks as list. This is also the list view again, also as you know it here, column visibility with a lot of additional information available. This is a helpful feature with the search function when you search for a specific backup task and you're not quite sure, hey, let's search by task type. What do I have for SAP HANA? Let's have a look here. This is all my SAP HANA stuff. This is pretty helpful just to get an overview for yourself. That's also extremely helpful when you have to overtake the system from your colleague, or when your colleague is in holidays and you're not quite sure, hey, is that all properly configured, or maybe I need an additional backup task for that application. Have a look in the task as list view. Cool. So, second step done. We've configured clients, backup storages, all that stuff. Then we created the backup groups. We created the tasks for the backup groups. We created maybe a migration or a replication task depending on your backup strategy that you want to use. And with that, we're finished on that part. And then we have to go to the next part, the automation part. The automation part is done with the schedules. The schedules, something to delete. Let's delete that one. Let's delete, no, okay, let's keep that as it is, because very important in that cases we always use our name in the our initials in the name of the schedule. That my colleague is normally looking at that, and if you don't have the initials in the schedule name, then he automatically deletes that one. Pretty simple. So let's start with the schedules. The schedules are the main part for the automated operation. That means a schedule is responsible for what has to be backed up, when has it to be backed up, from where it has to be backed up, to where it has to be backed up. All that W questions are done with the automation with that schedules. First, when you install a sesam server, you have, I think, 2 or 3 schedules already defined. I don't know why, because the only important for you is the so-called new day schedule. You can directly delete the other schedules because they are only confusing you. So just keep the new day, and this is the most important schedule that we have to talk about in the beginning, because that schedule always leads a bit to confusion, because this schedule is responsible for the sesam days. So we are separating normal calendar days internally to sesam days. We're talking always about sesam days. Because it's helpful. That has nothing to do with our enterprise thinking hybris of the company itself. No, it is helpful for you when you understand the logic behind the sesam day. The sesam day is normally configured to start every day 8 o'clock in the morning on your system. This is the task is then called new day. The sesam new day, so-called sesam new day event. You can see it here. I adapted the name of the task, the name of the schedule. Normally it's called new day. And in my case, I added Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. initials RB. Why? Because normally it's performed daily at 8 o'clock in the morning every day. But we change that normally directly, and we choose Monday to Friday to be executed, and we leave Saturday and Sunday blank. That means that the sesam day from Friday 8 a.m. in the morning starting till Monday 8 a.m. in the morning is how can I say is put together to one day. So of course you will see the actual date. So we won't delete the date. You will see it's Saturday, or the backup was performed on Saturday or on Sunday. But in all the views that we have, it is put together to one day. And the other thing is, what's also pretty good, because normally when the new day operation starts, the sesam new day at 8 o'clock in the morning, it stops all operations. I mean, really all operations. such unnecessary operations like backups. Sorry, it stops all backups. Restores. It stops the restores. It restarts the daemons. It cleans the log files, protocols, and everything is swiped and deleted what is not used anymore. All the drives are reconfigured that they work properly. It's some sort of a complete cleanup of the system that is performed during that time, which is extremely helpful. Most of the companies it's really helpful, because when you still have a few backups running at 8 a.m. in the morning, because during the week, normally in normal, let me say, normal daily operation companies that have working hours, it's normally, you're normally doing only the incremental backups during the night, during the week, and you're doing the full backups on the weekend. Of course, I'm aware of that. Now at times you have, of course, a lot of companies working 24/7. Everybody is telling me that he has to work 24/7 and therefore it's not working like that. Of course, we will get to that specific point after the explanation why I'm working with that constellation like that. So I have Saturday and Sunday put together for one view in my user interface, important, and I have a backup time frame of 48 hours for the whole weekend. I get not interrupted Saturday 8 a.m. in the morning or Sunday 8 a.m. in the morning. I have the complete backup time frame to do my full backups completely over the weekend. That's the idea why I'm changing that always only to the working days to do a new day and keep that open for Saturday and Sunday. That's the idea for the new day. In case you have trouble with the time, you won't get through that with the time because you have a 24/7 company. Of course, it's sometimes struggling. Then we have this magic button here now. Hope everybody's aware of that. Do not cancel these activities, all events. So if you activate that button, the new day don't affect your active backups at the moment. He's waiting till the backup is finished, then he's reconfiguring the drives and looking for the protocols and everything. So no panic. You can just activate this do not cancel activities, all events in the new day event if you're running out of time. But to be honest, normally you should do your full backups on the weekend and a few small ink backups during the week without any problems. Otherwise, we have to look in the backup concept and we have to look on your crappy hardware and your crappy storage and your crappy network. That's the new day event. First, schedule. Second is we have to create at least, for now, at least 3 schedules. The first schedule should always be new schedule, a backup schedule. Backup schedule. Okay. Let's start with the backup schedule. We want to backup something. Okay. I call it BCK for backup. And then I want to do a full backup, of course. I want to start with the full backup. I want to do a full backup. I want to do that full backup on Saturday. I want to do that full backup on Saturday. Let's start 1 p.m. And of course, I use my initials, RB for Rolf Bogner, that everybody else is aware when he looks at the schedules. Ralph created that schedule. So maybe he thought something and then he created a schedule. So normally I'm not thinking, believe me, I'm not thinking, but maybe he had an idea and then he created a schedule. Therefore, it makes sense to use the initials. And everybody knows now this schedule should be done, executed as a full backup on Saturday, 1 p.m. and it should be a backup because I normally use that for backup. Then we have RST for restore. We have MIG for migration. Yeah, be creative, whatever you want. I normally use that one, BCK for backup. I want to start that on Saturday. So I say weekly, Saturday, and I want to start that 1 p.m. This is my first schedule, backup. I have additional options available for the schedule. That means execution off. Of course, we can stop that schedule. You can see that here. Then you have it like here, indicated with the red X in gray. You can choose an expiration. That means it can expire. Then it's also stopped and not executed anymore for development purposes, as an example. And You have some additional options like start time frame. We already talked about that you can use that schedule for, as an example, backup operations or also for restore operations. And therefore, it could be when other backups are still running and you're running out of streams because you have not more streams for your drive configured. That these backups are still in the pipeline and not executed, and they can say, okay, if it's not started after at least 6 hours, please stop it anyhow and don't start it. The same for stop task. That means if the task runs longer than 6 hours or whatever, please abort it, stop it, because normally it runs in 4 hours and should be finished in 4 hours. Otherwise, the people have to work again with that system, so please stop it. You can repeat the task. This is a very powerful feature, repeat task. In that case, it is normally a thing that I would combine with a schedule that is called BCK Database Inc. As an example now, 24. That means I will do a backup of my database for the log files every day for the whole day, 24 hours, and I will repeat that every hour. So I only have to create one backup schedule to do an hourly backup of my log files of the database. Therefore, we have this repeat task option integrated for duration of 1 day in that case. That's the additional point that is very helpful for databases. But in our case, BCK full Saturday 1 p.m. RB, as I said before, we have that one chosen. Everything is fine. So that's what I'm normally doing at first. Then I have a second backup task, and this one is then a second backup schedule. This is called BCK incremental Monday to Friday 10 p.m. RB as an example. So weekly Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday 22:00. That's it. So therefore we use an incremental schedule. So now we have two schedules: BCK incremental Monday to Friday, BCK. I should delete some of them. Maybe I'm doing that too often. BCK incremental here and the BCK full, what I have shown before here. So this is normally what you need in the beginning. You need one schedule, the new day event, change that to Monday to Friday 8 o'clock. You need one for the full backups on the weekend and one for the incremental backups during the week. These are normally the initial 3 schedules that you need. Of course, an additional schedule what we have is then, if needed, the migration schedule. Migration, I would say months RB. That's it. And in that case, you could go to monthly and say, hey, please, every month at the last day in the month, please perform the migration. So what is the last day? What do you think is the last day in the month? I cannot tell you the last day in this month, to be honest. Could be a Monday, a Sunday, or Friday. And we learned that we normally take the data for the migration from the weekend. So we normally want to have the last Monday of the month from the last weekend where we, oh God, my gosh, it's complicated. Okay, then we get the offset calculation. One of my developers explained me that, yeah, and then you take the offset calculation from the day from the blah, and I was like, okay, like, I think Chinese Mandarin is easier to learn. But hey, what's that? User-defined. User-defined. We have user-defined calendars now. I can create a user-defined calendar. Oh, that's fine. The last Monday of the month. The last Monday of the month. The last Monday of the month. Oh, fairly easy. So I can create a custom calendar for 2021. Call that one migration. Ralph as an example. And that's it. So please, for specific backups, monthly backups or quarterly backups, yearly backups, always go to the specific custom calendar to be aware of that. That's the last part for the schedules, what you have to look at when you configure the schedules. And of course, we're running out of time because my colleague already showed me, hey, now we have lunchtime. Hey, no problem. We'll do half an hour break, so we start a bit more. Let me say 13:40. So 13:40 we will continue. So everybody has 35 minutes now for lunchtime. Yeah, coffee, emails, whatever. And then we'll pick the questions, discuss that, and then we'll go. We'll go to the next part. We finish the automation, and then we go to the next part, monitoring in the web UI and all that stuff. Start recording. Zack, 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 zack. Okay, guys, welcome back to our training course for today. Hope you enjoyed the lunchtime, did your work, get some food, or whatever you had to do. Now we'll continue with the next part. We'll continue with finishing all that stuff that you need for the automation. And Christian, just grab one question that came up. Maybe was not quite completely clear. What was the question, Christian?
Regarding data stores, why there is a need for read-only drive next to the read-write drive.
Okay, let's get to that. So we have the read-write drive and we have the read-only drive. Actually, the need for that is fairly simple, because we have with our SMS components and a so-called initial process. So we have one process starting on that drive. That means a logical instance is a drive. That is directly this is effectively also a process. And then we have sub-process. So we fork the main process. We have sub-processes for every stream, for every backup stream, but they all are they're all dedicated to one main process, the main daemon for that drive. That's the reason. So in case something happens to that process, it could be that all the other processes are, let me say, also tiered down. That's the reason why I try to separate the initial process for backups and the initial process for restores. Then in case something goes wrong, the backups are not affected, or vice versa, the restores are not affected. That's the only reason that we try to separate these two main processes for backup and restore. Yeah, that's effectively it. Hopefully that explained it. Okay, so let's go back to the scheduling. I've shown you the three main schedules for backup, backup full, backup incremental, our new day event, and this mystic miracle sesam day, the sesam new day. Hope that is also clear. Also the cool custom calendars that we can use. And now that we have these schedules, as you can see it here, I have the schedule BCK full Saturday 1 p.m. RB, backup full on Saturday. So normally I want to have something backed up on the weekend at Saturday. When I right click on that schedule, I can choose between different events. We have a new backup event. Of course, we can do backups with our software. We can also do restores. So we have also restore event. This is a bit more specific. Let me say, firstly, you have to do a restore. You have to configure a restore. to get that restore as a template. So every time you're doing a restore in the background, automatically a restore task is configured. This is very important because, as I told you, you're lying on the beach with your daiquiri, everything is completely fucked up in the company, the whole company is burning, and your colleague has to manage to do the most important restore of all time in the next few seconds. Because the CEO needs his emails. And then he has to click something like, okay, yeah, I have to choose that backup task. I have to choose the latest day from the ink. Then I have to choose the exchange. Then I have to move that there for. So he has several options available. He's clicking all that options together, and then he's hitting the start button. And the first thing he gets is red error, has not worked the restore, sorry. In that case, he created in the background automatically a restore task for that. So he's always able to adapt this specific restore task and restart the restore again until it gets green. And this restore task can be used also for also as a new restore event. So if you have restore tasks available, you can choose them and you can create automated restores for testing purpose, for sandbox restore, or for something I would say called a nearline standby system. That means you're doing a backup from a productive database from source A, and you're always automatically restoring that, including the log files in offline mode to location B, to have a standby system, a nearline or nearly standby system available with nearly the same data that you have on the main location. For some reasons, because you don't have the money to create a classical pacemaker cluster, whatever, a clustered environment, or you don't have the money to create a mirror, or you don't have the license to do that, you don't want to pay exorbitant Oracle cluster licenses to have a standby database, whatever. Therefore, you could use that also, the automated restore. We have the migration event. Of course, you can use a migration event to add a migration task, as we have seen the created migration task. This is then chosen as a template to add that to a migration schedule as an example. The same counts for the replication. You can add the replication event to almost any schedule because it has no effect on the replication event itself. It just has to be added to one schedule. That's it, and it's automatically started 24/7 ongoing. A media event is a bit more specific, related to media, like closing a tape, doing an archive introduction, that stuff. Command events are the commands that we have from the configuration here from the commands, and command events are used to trigger external backup activities. And then we have, last but not least, the new day event. Forget about that. You don't need a new day event. You only need one new day event. So this is really not important for you in the SBA training. Let's take a backup event. And for that, we grab, let me say, the task group databases. That means we add databases to our schedule, and we already defined that schedule. Let's make it a bit smaller. We defined that schedule as the backup for the weekend in full mode. That means the backup level is full in that case, and it's always full instead of copy, because copy, as I said, is only used for an instant start of to get a full copy. The full event is always performed as a hot backup, because we're doing only hot backups, online backups. There's no need for cold backup now at times. And then you have to choose the media pool. That's what I mentioned before. The media pool defines the retention time. Backup week was my media pool with the 2 weeks on the disk. That means the media pool defines the retention time. And of course, the media pool is also points to a data store. Quite clear, because I'm creating the media pools for different data stores or for different tape locations. That's the point. So the storage device and the retention time is defined with the media pool. The priority in the beginning is always 1. It goes up to 99. This is only important if you have two schedules starting at the same time. Then you can use the prioritization and can say, okay, this schedule is more important for me, but it starts on the same time. So please execute that one or execute that backup group in that schedule first before you execute the other one, because we always have to look at the amount of streams that we have available, backup streams that we can use for that schedule with that group for that time that we have available, of course. A blocking date, that was interesting in the past. A blocking date was just something where you have a higher priority with the same name of the schedule that you're able to block. So if you use the same schedule just for one day, with a schedule with the same name just for one day, so with another explanation, you could block that. Blah blah blah. Weird. I have to think about that. Just forget that, because we eliminated that completely with our what? User-defined calendar. Because then you can pick explicitly every day what you want directly, and you don't have to choose a blocking date for a specific day, because you just leave that day blank in the custom calendar. Please keep that in mind. Always use the custom calendar for that. Parameters here. What else do we have? We have SI3 source side deduplication available in case the client is able to deduplicate the data directly, but therefore, of course, we need also media pool that is used for an SI3 dedup store. You can also activate here directly a migration task afterwards. That means that Subsystem is not waiting for another schedule that is chosen for migration task. In that case, if you say no problem, when the backup's finished, I have enough power, network, bandwidth, everything available, I don't care when the data is migrated, I want to have a second copy directly available, so I just activate the migration task that I have defined before directly here in that schedule. Then it's also just looking at the minus the relative backup days, minus whatever, but of course when it's stuck to that one, it looks firstly of the full and all the other stuff when you have configured an inc or diff or whatever, but it starts automatically directly afterwards, so it counts from that point in time back when the backups are finished. Pretty helpful feature. I use that very often nowadays, because when you have the performance, you don't have to think about an additional schedule for migrations. Just use that one. Follow-up events are, let me say, pretty powerful additional events. You can, let me say, you can do an integrity check. You can use our Adler 32 checksum and use that to do a verify of that backup safe set after the backup is done, to see if everything is consistent on that one. But as you can see it here, we have a link here with the description of the typical follow-up events here that you can integrate. This can be used also for that schedule then. Then we have enforceful as an option here. Enforceful is, for me, let me say, only relevant when you work with databases, because sometimes it could happen that a database is always, all the log files are always backed up, but the full backup is always running into trouble for some reasons, for whatever reason, and nobody had a look on that. Because the system is so highly automated that this guy not even uses 1% of his time to look at the system, because everything is running, and as long as the backups for the log files are also running, it's no problem. But we had that case. Try to recover an Oracle database where you did the last full backup half a year ago. Until that time, you have only the log backups. Yeah, funny. Needs a few days till the backup is finished then. And therefore, the option enforce full is available for specific applications like databases to say after 4 weeks, always enforce full backup. Drive group, drive interface, everything is optional. The only thing here is that you have to know for the interface. Normally, nowadays, we always work with HTTP transfer on that port 11000. And if needed, as I mentioned before, you can switch to encrypted transfer, encrypted data transfer. Here we're talking here about the data transport, not about the logical communication between server and client and everything, the bloody blah stuff. We're talking about the real data transfer. Could be encrypted in case you're doing WAN transfers, in case you have, we have seen that in the architecture, your small clients connected that are doing source-side deduplication to transfer the data over WAN. Of course, then it makes sense. But normally in your DMZ, it makes not much sense to use encrypted transfer. But of course, you can do it. Then you have to switch the interface to HTTPS. That's what you can do with the parameters for backup. Then you have slightly the same parameters for restore. So you have a restore task that you have to choose for. Then you can say, as defined in the task, what you click together in the restore with it, or you can also adapt that a bit as a as you use it as a template and define where to restore and which client to restore. As you can restore at any client where you have a Sesam agent installed. Of course, you can choose also another client. That's the idea beyond that, because normally you're doing a restore to another client when your client is crashed or when you need a standby system. The migration event, that's what I mentioned before with our template. That means I have the disk to tape template. I can adapt the template. Successfully it was warnings restore. I want to have the incrementals also. I go back 2 days. Whatever I want to do, I can adapt that here in the template and use that then for that schedule. The media event. Here we can see what we can do, like initialize readability check. This is also a very powerful feature that you can create readability checks for your tapes. So if you have yearly tapes that you say, okay, once a year I want to do a readability check of all the tapes in that media pool, then he starts reading all the tapes to check if the data is still consistent. Archive adjustment, that's what I mentioned before with introducing new tapes. That case, we normally use the spare pool. You can automate that to say, okay, every end of the month I have to initialize 5 new tapes, introduce 5 new tapes to the library. With archive adjustment, I can do that with a schedule. Or you can close tapes. This is more for single tape drives that they say, okay, after all the backups are finished from the weekend, I'll close the tape on Sunday evening, because then the tape is taken out and the new tape is inserted for the next week. Therefore, this closed tape option is pretty helpful. Then we have the command event. For me, the most important event, so I can choose a command here, like SAP HANA, my HANA database, HDB full as an example, select, and you can see this is performed on that client with root rights, and this is the command that is performed. So we have a HANA script, and here you can see SPC HANA script means minus backup full, backup key, and so on, instance, whatever that means. And the retention time here is also set directly for that command. So in that case, this is important. This is the part where you automate also your external backup triggers, your automation of scripts, commands, whatever you want to use is done with the command events. Because then this is also for compliance reason, of course, later also completely documented in your backup view, in your monitoring and everything when you use them with the schedules. Yeah, that's it, I would say, so far. But important for me, as I mentioned it before, BCK files full Saturday. As you can see it here, I have a backup group inside. As you can see it here, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different backup groups inside, and I have different backups inside that backup group that are performed on the weekend. And with that small play button here, I have also 2 command events. So in that case, my Oracle backup and my DB2 backup on Saturday, 1 p.m. And here my file systems, my storage and archive systems, my mail service, my databases, and my normal file systems. That's the reason why I'm working with that backup groups, because then you can see here inside are the single tasks, but everything is stuck to a backup group. And also important for that is that you're also able to prioritize inside a backup group. So if you're running out of streams, if you're running out of something, just have a look at the backup group. That's not a good example. The databases, that's always a good example. Have a look in the backup group, and you can see on the right side, these are the tasks that are inside that backup group. So you can also at any time add additional tasks from your single task to the backup group. But the cool part here is also you can then say, okay, MySQL Sakila database is my most important database, put that on top. And I have 5 streams. You can remember that for my main data store. So in that case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the first 5 backups that are performed inside that backup group. And then when one of these backups is finished, the next one will come, the next one will come. This is our queue manager. That depends on the amount of backup streams that you have configured for your drives. And I would always work with that combination, especially for, as an example, for virtual machines. I would always create a backup group, add the virtual machines to the backup group. So if you have 20 virtual machines, just put them all inside that backup group. Then you can prioritize them inside that backup group. And then you can add this backup group to your schedule. And the most important thing then is that the first thing to throttle it down is the configuration of the maximum channels of the amount of streams that you're able to use with the drive that you have for that data store. And that's the important part. So normally I start with 5 streams, have a look, what is the performance, how it looks like, how it goes. And then I can see, okay, 5 is no problem. So I go to 10 and I try the next one with 10 and so on till I reach the maximum breach of the performance what I have. This is the idea beyond that. So very important for you to know that this should be the way how you can also optimize your backup environment related to throughput, related to network bandwidth, traffic, and all that stuff. This is extremely important for you to know. To be honest, the easiest way to configure your environment when you do it like that, because then you're able to screw around, to fine tune, and to do everything that you need with the amount of streams and the backup groups in the schedule. Okay. Then we have additionally things like here an overview of events. Here you have a list, a tree view with the next upcoming events. To be honest, completely useless for me. Events as list, a bit more useful for me because I'm a list fetishist. So in that case, I am able to search for the next events. But the easiest way here is a typical calendar sheet. So just pick the day that you want to have, and then you can see, there's a command event planned, there is a replication planned, a backup is planned, and all that other stuff. So therefore, I normally use the calendar sheet. But I think the last time I used the calendar sheet was 4 years ago or whatever, because I'm normally not working anymore in that case with the FatGUI client. You can do that, but normally now we're finished. The complete homework is done. Now we come to the point monitoring and log files and protocols and all that stuff. You can see that on the left side here. We have the job state, all results overview, the backups here with specific views as an example. Let's take the default view here first. You can also here say, okay, I'm more interested in the last successful run. For me is not really interesting. You can also customize that. The start time is more interesting for me. The backup ID, whatever you want, you can customize that and save that view, of course, as you want. And normally I'm always starting with the backup view. The all results view really shows you everything. The media event, the backup event, the restore event, everything that happened from the last day. But this is, for me, to be honest, as you can see it here on the right side, with all the filter functions available, like new day, migration, full ink, and so on. Too much information. First of all, I have a look on the backup view. Then I sometimes have a look on the restore view when I have planned restores. Oh, that looks a bit horrible since February 8. Then I have an overview of the migrations, maybe an overview of the media action. Who cares about that? I mean, I have one here with check space that is occurring quite often. Maybe I have to check out what happened there. So, of course, this is very important, I would say, for daily operations. This is the last 10%, I would say, what I'm working with is one part here, overview of the backups, overview of the events, what happened, and the last thing then is an overview of the restore that I'm using. Oh, my neighbor is working quite hard. So hopefully you cannot hear the drilling and everything. Okay, so this is the job state overview. Then we have the monitoring itself with the dashboard here that we can activate. Then it activates automatically the web UI dashboard. Then we have the last backup state. So he always shows in the last backup state the last status of every configured backup task. That means the last backup state of a backup task could be last weekend, could be last month, could be last day, could be today. That depends on the schedules that you have, but he always shows you the latest status of a backup. This is also helpful in case you have a lot of log backups for databases and one went wrong and the next one is fine, then you don't have to take care. But the last one that went wrong, of course, because you still have the logs from the last backup. So this is then a helpful view with the last backup state. Processes just shows you the processes, the daemons that we have running on the system, database, SDS, the storage daemons, whatever are shown here. So here you can see all the daemons. If you have to restart a daemon, for example, you have to look at it. In the drives overview, you get an overview of all the configured drives as logical instances. You get an overview of the drives a bit more in detail, what we have also with the performance view on bottom for the drives, like how many here job limit, 4 or 5 streams because one is currently maybe active, if it's allocated, whatever. So this is a specific information about the different drives that are configured. And then an overview of the notification center, what we have on top right where we already clicked in. Then we have the logging section with the state log. This is what you get every day when you activated the notify interface of the backups and everything of the day. You have a daily log. This is then attached to your daily notification email. We have a sort out of an error log from the daily log file, and we have additional logs for alarm, disaster, and notify for the interfaces, if they were fine or not or whatever. But don't look too much at that. I mean, you can do that, of course, with the Fat GUI client if you want, no problem, as you have seen it now. But for now, I will switch to our web UI. And we will start with the web UI. That means here the first thing is we will connect to our sesam server. That's fairly simple. You just insert the name, in my case demofix3 $11.401. That's the port for the web UI /SEP/UI. That's what you need, nothing more. Then you are on the main panel, and here you have the first section, web UI. We're working with that, with the status overview, and with the restore assistant. We will open our web UI now. And when we open the web UI, the first thing we have to do, of course, as we know it from the GUI, we have to sign in with an account. And then, firstly, we get the status overview. And this is the most important thing for me, the status overview, because now at times what I'm doing when I'm working with SEP Sesam and I want to have a short overview what happened, what went wrong, or how is the status actually, or what I have to do. That's actually everything I'm using. So I just have a quick link to my Sesam server and I'm just authenticating against the web UI, and the only thing I'm using officially is, to be honest, my status overview. Let's grab the last week, boink, and for me most important, oh shit, I have 24 backups with an error. Let's have a look in the backups, and now I have the overview of the backups. Let's look a bit more specific through one backup. What do we have here? Important documents, sales, blah, 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 blah. I have now the error extract here directly available, is currently not reachable, connection refused. I should have a look if that system is offline or somebody has stolen it or whatever. Okay, so in that case, let's assume it's a bit more specific. It's a bit more specific problem that is not so easy to handle. So I have to get in contact with SEP support. Then I would say have a look in the log file, in the main log file here, to see what happened there, more specific, more information. I'm able now to download the main log file. So here we have the so-called not file. Oops. Here we have the so-called .not file. This is the main log file what we have here. But I can also click on these 3 points and do a download of all log files and all protocols. Download as a zip archive that I need in that specific case. So now I have all the logs available here, as you can see it, that I normally need and I had normally to search for in the file system. Very complicated. So extremely cool, that part, to be honest, because with that part I'm able to directly contact our support, because I'm writing a mail to support@sep.de. I'm adding the log files if needed. Otherwise, I have a unique ID for that case. I'm sending that with the task. I'm sending that with the message what we have. And on the other side, at our support team, a ticket is automatically created, and then they try to contact you after they have analyzed the log files. And then normally you get the answer like, hey, you have to do this and that, or more specific, please let me go remote on that system to fix that problem. So you can do that now out of the box with our web UI, without connecting to the Sesam server, without searching for the log files, without using your brain. That's the most important. You don't have to use your brain. It should be easy and straightforward. And that's the idea why we integrated that to the web UI. So really simple. You also have a bit more specific information about that if available in the web UI, but I think the most important here is really with the main log, you can directly send that then to the support team. And you get an overview for the last week, how many backups, 24 with an error, 13 with warning, 1900 good. So in total, 1900 something. You get also an overview of the status of the data stores. You can check the data stores here to see what happened to one of the data stores. You can get additional informations like here for the Sesam deduplication data store. So in that case, as we have seen it before, you have the deduplication ratio, everything available. You have additional informations here available for that specific dedup store. So everything that you need for the dedup store, for the data stores, is here also available. Highest utilization ratio. This is also a cool feature that you see the filling of the different data stores directly with the top 3 of your data stores. You'll see the next events that are executed. In that case, a backup SAP HANA databases differential will be executed in 2 hours. You'll see the status of all your clients. In total, we have 62 clients. We have 7 updatable clients. Oh my gosh, I have to update my clients. Okay, we have 10 inaccessible clients. I should have a look in that inaccessible clients and 0 disabled. We get also additional infos about our sesam server 44384, the latest release, which install package it is. We can also click here to see what we have seen in the FatGUI client if all daemons are up and running. Otherwise, we can also restart them from here, only specific daemons. So, to be honest, this is my preferred tool to work with because I only have to go to the link, authenticate, and that's it. The next point is the dashboard. In the dashboard, I get more specific information. Like, let's grab the last week. I have now here specific information for my applications. Let's go to the HANA backup as an example. Where's my HANA backup? SAP HANA here. 1,615 HANA backups, positive. And wait a second, that's a bit confusing for me. 0 with warning, 0 with, oh, everything without an error. That's too good. Yeah, typical demo case. Let's grab another one. Where do I have a few errors? It's always I need a few errors. Here we have a lot. Open Nebula because it's not active path backups. Now, let's take the path backups. Then you can see the statistics. You can also directly dig in and choose the errors. Oh, we have media problems. Maybe I should have a look on my RDS store where I have media problems. That's the idea beyond that when we pick that up. You can also generate a report with the different timeframes directly out of that view, of that dashboard view, if needed for compliance reason. I don't know. I'm normally not taking that one. And then we have some additional informations also. Restore status over time, total data size over time. Here you can see, of course, these are normally the weekends when we have the big thresholds. Total restore data size over time. Just to have a bit more statistics available. This is then done with the dashboard. Then we have the monitoring section. As I told you, last backup state, the same as you have seen it in the FatGUI client. Here you can directly have a look what happened. Active jobs currently, you can have a look what's currently on, currently active and working. You can have a look here in the next events, what will be executed next. So as you can see it here, it's far more simple to use than in the FatGUI client, I would say. That's the idea beyond that. The data store status, already explained that, the different data stores with the different statuses. Then we have the all results view. Yeah. Who likes it? Who want to have it? Okay. But I'm normally going to the backup view, and here in the backup view I'm also able to say, okay, let's pick the time range from 1 to 18 for March. Let's choose only the full backups in that case, and let's choose the status only with errors. And as you see it here, I can directly also filter out the stuff that I need, and I can then also directly click on that and get the additional informations. Same thing here, main log, email, support at SEP.de, go for it. The same counts here for the migrations, what kind of migrations happened, for the replications, if we have a replication active, because we don't have an active replication here. The restore overview for the last week. This is actually what I mean. So in that case, also here with the monitoring, it makes it much easier and smoother for you to work with that because you just need a browser and you can directly go on with that. And this is also the idea that what we're working on, pretty comparable to a company like VMware. They had their FatGUI client and now they have done almost everything, and they have put almost everything in the web UI. So this is the same idea that we have, that we try to port more and more stuff into the web UI. That's the idea, that we want to get rid of the FatGUI client somewhere in the future. So we hired 2 new web UI developers, so we're in a good way. And we have a lot of stuff implemented, and that will be available with the next release mid of that year with the Jacklion release. We have a lot of new cool stuff directly available inside the web UI. Then we have here also the system logs available, as we have seen it before, the state log for the different days, the daily log file, the error extraction of the daily log file. So here you can also have a look what happened related to errors, which is very important. Status of alarm, disaster, and notify interface, and a message log in that case if the message was sent, or the system messages that we have, that you can see what happened, what really important happened to what time. So this is what we have here, also that you can what you know from the FatGUI client. Then we have the reports available. This is a very powerful feature because with SEP Sesam, with the newest version, you are able to generate custom reports. My colleague Klaus created a so-called report, or I think report or whatever, knowledge booster video. You can find that on our YouTube channel, where he explains in detail, because this is done with Swift HTML, where he explains in detail how to generate and customize your report. It means the report shows you what you want to see. The report can be customized in almost any kind of style with HTML. That means you can use your own company logo, or the company logo, the company the Sesam is installed on, whatever. You can see it here. We have some predefined reports like backup storage report, or the client report over time, the job overview report. A lot of predefined reports are directly available, but you can customize your own report. And just to give you an expression how that looks like, here we have a few customized reports. This is, as an example, one. Wait a second, I have to open that in the browser. Boink. This is one of the customized reports. So I'll expand everything. So here you have the components, the backups, the restores, the copies, whatever he put inside. All the tasks are directly linked into the web UI. In case you have trouble, you can directly click on the link. And here you have a different logo. That means SEP pre-sales report for demo scenarios. So this is a very powerful new feature. With that, you can directly create customized report, and I think this is a very important thing. Or here, the failed job reports for compliance reasons also are directly integrated. So please keep that in mind. A new extreme cool feature, the customized reports that we have. Okay. Sorry. That's it so far for the daily actions, for the monitoring your daily work. And as you have seen it, I explained that pretty fast. So this is the smaller part, as I said before. And now we're coming to the last part that should be also a bit in your interest, the restore. Of course, you can do also restores, and therefore we have an integrated restore assistant. The restore assistant is a bit different. So we have a restore assistant in our FatGUI client, and we have a restore assistant in our web UI. I told you that before. For specific restore cases, you still need the restore wizard from the FatGUI client, and specific cases means for me at the moment things like a single file restore from a virtual machine, or a database restore, or an exchange restore, or a domino or group-wise restore. Therefore, you still need our FatGUI client restore wizard. But for the rest, I'll show you now our integrated restore assistant. And as you can see it here, the restore assistant guides you through the restore process. So let's assume the simplest case. I will do a file restore. In that case, I choose a file restore. I can choose in the next step the client I want to have for restore. In the next step, I can choose a time for the restore. Next step, I can choose this is my, Hagakure. This is not a good example because I deleted the backup server. And as you can see it here, FQDN. Hopefully that works. Better. Incremental, next one. So in that case, I have the backups available from my file backup. I have my C partition available, and I have my system reserved volume available, as everybody knows that Windows now has a system reserved volume which is hidden normally, but we of course back that up. Then you choose the file that you want to restore, temp folder in that case as an example. Then you have additional options for the restore available. That means you can restore that to the original location. Of course, you can restore that to any other client, but as we talked about that, Linux, Windows, Linux, be aware of that. But you can choose any kind of client. You can browse that client and say, okay, browse that client, please choose as the target location also the temp folder on that system, save selection. Then you have the option do not restore existing items, create a new version. Then the items are restored with a tilde sign up front to compare that as an example, to make a diff or whatever with the existing files, to search for anomalies like ransomware in the original files or whatever. You can overwrite the files, of course. Then you're able to keep the original tree structure. Then every subfolder and everything is automatically created for you. Or you can do a plain restore, I call it container restore, and just get rid of all the subfolders in the tree structure and just only restore all the data, all the files to one folder. That's the only difference. And the next step, you get a summary. And with that summary, that's actually exactly that what I mentioned before. He automatically creates a restore task for you to keep that restore for later purposes. Because when I start the restore now, let's click on Start Restore. It could be that I made a mistake. So in that case, I said override, but without the original tree structure. Maybe I just killed something or something went wrong. So you know what I mean. It's always helpful to have that configuration for the restore then for later purpose available. That's the point why it makes sense. Create another restore task. Let's go back. This was the file restore. In case of virtual machines, like here we have a restore of a virtual machine. We can say, okay, let's do an instant recovery of a virtual machine or restore the virtual machine. We can choose a virtual machine. We can choose the point in time. We can choose then the target. In that case, he automatically says, hey, this machine already exists, so I have to choose override if I want to start that virtual, override that virtual machine, or I can choose a new name, and he automatically creates a new name. Then we have additional options available, as you know it, how to restore with what kind of data mover. The data mover, as we learned that before, is always important when you talk about LAN-free backups, pure SAN backups, and LAN-free restores. Then the transport mode would actually automatically switch from NBD to SAN transport if we have a physical system connected to our backup storage and connected to our hypervisor storage where the virtual machines belong to. Additional options like which network should be connected, on which hypervisor should it be started, hypervisor node, on which data store on the hypervisor should use, all that stuff that you know what you can choose for the restore for virtual machines. Also here we get a summary of everything. And yeah, that's the main difference between a file restore and a virtual machine restore. And as you can see it here, I have a file restore available. I have virtual machines for the common hypervisors available. And now at times also have Copano mail available because that was easy to integrate. We had a project for that. So that was the reason why we actually have that integrated. upcoming or outlook will be that we have Exchange and other groupware solutions integrated in some databases and single file restore for virtual machines. So that is now the point where we have to talk about the differences between the web UI and the Fed GUI client. One difference is in the web UI that I can create different levels, authorization levels, and we talked about that. I have in the Fed GUI client here my topology, and inside that topology I have different users and groups configured that have access to different locations. Let's go back to the first point here when we configure the locations in our topology. We go to virtualization, Red Hat virtualization, ref. We go to the permissions and you can see I have a specific here, a specific restore user. Let's delete that user. Let's go to the web UI. This is my restore account. So now I'll switch to my account here from the administrator account to my restore account, authenticate, restore account, tuck. And as you can see it here, okay, I have not all the stuff available what I had before, so I'm restricted to that sources. Let's click on the file directory restore, and as you can see, oh, this is not the amount of clients I had before as an administrator for restore purposes, and I can only do VMware restores, Proxmox, KVM, and groupware applications. Let's change that in the Fed GUI client. Red Hat virtualization, permissions, add. Now I take my restore user, here we go. And then I go to the web UI, doing an update. And here we go. Oh, now we have Red Hat virtual machines also available. Pretty cool. So this is, for me, the most important feature, that you are able to grant access to different, for different departments, for different users, for different groups, whatever, with that restore portal, or that if you, I would say, as a backup administrator, if you are brave enough, you can also grant access for restore to the end user for its own computer, of course. That's the idea beyond that. And in case of a specific restore, like a single file restore, till now, of course, you have to use our Fed GUI client restore wizard. That's what I wanted to show you in the last part now. So let's go to the VMware backups as an example. And for the VMware backups, by clients, let's go to that one. We have, as you can see it here, a few backups available. Let's take my Windows server and create a restore task for that. Start the restore wizard. So also here, always the restore wizard is started. The option show external results here is just to show you also the migrations directly. Normally the migrations are hidden and only show only shown to you if the first backup, the initial backup, is already deleted. That's the only point where we have that inside. But for now, let's pick a backup here for what we want to go. And here you can see, okay, I have additional options available called attach virtual disk to a proxy VM or mount virtual disk. That's the only difference between the web UI and the restore wizard, because here we are talking about the single file restores or the mounts and the instant recoveries. In case of virtual machines, you are always able to do also a single file restore, not the complete virtual machine. And for that single files, it makes normally much sense to say, okay, I'll mount you the stuff of that virtual machine on a system that you're able to access, and you can have a look for your data. This is extremely helpful because normally when somebody asks you to do a restore, if a developer asks you, hey, I lost a file, can you restore it? That's fairly simple. But in case an important person from the management asks you, so your boss is coming, I deleted a file. Ah, okay. What kind of file was it? A file. Oh, okay. Was it maybe a PDF or maybe an email or whatever? Oh, I think it was a PDF. Yeah, it was something I had a look on, but it was not an email. Okay. Ah, okay. A PDF. That's quite good. And the PDF was where? It was, yeah, it was on the desktop. Ah, beside the other 20,000 PDFs you're always storing on the desktop? Yeah, exactly. And what was the name again? I don't know. Okay, then it gets a bit tricky to find the right file. Therefore, we had the first option available that we've seen before, this super duper container restore. Just put everything in a container and just throw it somewhere and then tell the people, hey, have a look and search for your stuff. But with the mount option, you are able to mount the specific partition data, whatever, to a remote device server or to the sesam server itself and grant access to that specific volume, and you can give that guy access to that volume and he can search out what he needs. In that case, you only have to mount the data read only to that system. This is the mount virtual disks option. This option is sometimes not really helpful because in that case, you're mounting the disk to the remote device server or the sesam server itself. So if the remote device server is a Linux system and you are mounting a Windows partition to that and you try to grant access to that to your boss, yeah, you're seeing the pitfall. It could be a bit difficult. In that case, we use the option attach. So attach is your friend. Attach is the option to mount data to a proxy system. A proxy system is always a system where you install a sesam agent, and this could be a Windows virtual machine or a Linux virtual machine. These have the big plus point that you can use one standby proxy system and one for Linux and one for Windows, and can grant access to that system fairly more easily than to the sesam server or to the remote device server. That's the idea beyond that. So you have a proxy system for Windows. Let's take the proxy system for Windows, go to the next step. In that case, my proxy system has an internal vSphere name called D3 Proxy Windows. Quite logical. And we are able to mount the data to that system. That means in the next step, we're starting the mount process. So what I told you before, in the background now, we are starting our encapsulation with our virtual file system layer. And if you switch to your vCenter, you can see, now he is creating a new virtual disk on that virtual machine, and then he's mounting the volumes and everything. So you can see the whole process also in the vCenter that is happening. Of course, it looks not quite similar. It looks different in different managers, like in the Rep Manager or in the Citrix Zen Management or whatever you're using. But of course, you should remember that we are mounting the data from the point in time that we need, and Sepsis is doing all the magic in the background that you need. So in that case, you can see here the last message is then status success drives E and F. When I click on OK, in the next step, I can choose the data directly here from my sesam server or from my sesam remote device server via the FatGUI client. I could also do a restore here from the files, perform the restore here. But now at times, the data is also directly mounted as a simple volume to that system. So in that case, he just has to RDP to that system, then has to open the file explorer from Windows, and then he can copy with drag and drop the data he needs. That's the idea beyond that. And when he is finished with that action, you can click on cancel, because this can be can run in the background all the time. Oops, I was too fast. When you click on cancel, he automatically unmounts the data that is mounted read-only, and he's automatically reconfiguring the virtual machine, deleting that additional disk, and the process is finished. That's the whole magic what's behind the single file restore. And for the next release, be sure you have that also completely with the fancy style and all that chi what you want to have in a cool new look in the web UI and the restore assistant, the web UI available. But I'm pointing to that and wanted to show you that because this is very important that you are aware of the different restores that we have available and how to do a restore. That's extremely important when you work with Sepsis. There are some additional very specific cases when we talk about the restore of an Oracle database or a MaxDB or stuff like that, because then you have to start the restore from the client. You have to trigger a script on the client that gathers then the data. The only simple step now what we have where a bit more is integrated is SAP HANA. For SAP HANA you have the HANA Studio and you can choose the latest backup catalog and do the restore. But this is for external backup tasks. Sometimes the difference that we don't use the restore wizard. In that case we have to do the restore from the client system. If you have some specific backup applications, specific databases, then please do yourself a favor and always have a look at our wiki and always perform backups and test the restores. Make a process for the complete restore and test the restores. A complete backup concept without restore testing is not a backup concept for me. And of course, integrate at first the sesam backup, that you always have a sesam backup available from your system. That's the first thing you should do. Just activate the sesam backup, that you have everything available. But that's almost anything you have to know for now in advance to work with Subsystem properly. These are the basics you have to know. This is the important basics. So you always have to have a look. Maybe you get some new ideas like the web UI. Maybe you can grant access to other people with limited rights via the restore assistant from the web UI, all that stuff. That's important. And of course, the monitoring, you have to know how to contact our support, what to send our support, how to work with the support. That's important for us, very important. And of course, in the last step of the training then, for the last hour, so we have to look at it, we will also discuss the consulting basics. I talked about that a bit before. The consulting basics for me are important to give you a bit an idea of how to handle backup projects, how to handle your own backup projects, how to handle your own backup environment, what to look at. Also, troubleshooting is integrated here, very important for me, throughput analysis, this stuff. So this is a bit more add-on for you for the last hour, that you have also a few more tools available that you're able to use to be, let me say, completely on the safe side when you work with this backup software, that you can say, okay, I'm feeling completely aware and safe now and I can work with that. Otherwise, if not, after the last hour, if you still have questions, of course, you have to ask us, because then we have to discuss that. That's quite clear. Okay. That's it so far for configuration monitoring, all that stuff for now, because I think now I try to get the next break in time. So 40 and 45, we have our last break, and then we do the rest for the training in the last hour, and also a bit more question answer if something is coming up. So do yourself a favor. If you have some specific questions, if you have some stuff that came up till now, yeah, think about that. So now you are allowed to use your brain. Now we switch from the easy part to the more in-depth technical specific part for the last hour. So if you have something that burns on your fingernails, just think about that and we will discuss that after the break at 3 p.m. if we have something. Otherwise, I will continue then with the consulting basics. So for now, a bit earlier, we will do the last coffee, email, working break, whatever, and we will continue with the last hour at 3 p.m. Start recording. Okay. Welcome back, everybody, for the final sprint. So, the last hour. As we have no, let me say, questions for the audience, we had a few specific questions, very specific questions, to be honest. And yeah, as we said before, hey, we will keep track on that questions. You'll get in contact with us directly, and we will manage that, because this was more project related, and two were more storage related. So in that case, we don't have any questions for the audience. That means before we come to the consulting basics, I'll doing a wrap up. And the wrap up is fairly simple. We made in the beginning the complete installation and configuration parts here with components, tasks, and scheduling from our GUI. We followed our SBA training guideline, and you can use that always later on to dig in more detail for the stuff with our SBA training documentation. We go to the component section for the configuration. We automated everything with the scheduling. Then we created the backup task, had a few the overview of the job states and the monitoring and everything with the web UI and the Fed GUI client. Talked a bit about the protocols, the reports, and the loggings. And then we talked about the different events in the schedules for the automation. So we did everything, almost anything that we need from the basics from the SBA documentation to get the system up and running. For now, for the last part, I'll switch back to my slides, and we'll have a few. Let me just activate that slides. Boink. So we'll start with the slides for the consulting basics. This is for me a very important part when you plan a backup concept. So first of all, we talked about the prioritization of backups. So in that case, we have to have a look on our data, and we have to classify our data. First is, for me, we take it in group one. If we talk about backup groups, it's the critical data. Critical data is my domain controller, Active Directory, are my emails, ERP system, CRM system, these parts. These systems and these parts should be backed up normally at least incremental once a day, or in the best case 3 times a day. And then I have more recovery point objectives. That means I have more points in time that I am able to go back, a higher granularity to choose from. Then the critical data must have the best RTO, recovery time objective. That means how much time you have to perform the restore. So the file or the data must be available again in at least 1 hour, as an example. This is then the RTO, recovery time objective. And therefore, of course, you should use fast storage, and you should work with a regular data store. I've told you that before. For the short-term storage, the initial storage, I would always work with a native data store. I would always work with native files, not deduplicated, to have a good read and a good write performance. But here, of course, more important is the read performance to get the data as fast as possible. And of course, you save a lot of money, because in that case, you don't need much compute power. You don't need hardcore fast storage or whatever. In that case, you can start in most cases also with a standard RAID system, because you're working with native files, so you don't have too much read operations on that system. The productive data is the second group. That means all other systems that are normally backed up once a day. That means once a day we do an incremental backup of that. That is also our complete zoo of virtual machines and all that stuff. And this can be done on normal storage with not the highest performance. You can also use a nearline SAS storage for that, whatever. And then you have to think about if you maybe put that directly on a DDoP store, but in that case, of course, the DDoP store needs more performance, so not a slow storage system in that case. And all the rest, static data, test data, development systems, whatever that's backed up once a week, of course, can be stored on a slow storage. So in that case, we have to qualify the backups later, and qualification then happens with different task groups, and we have different task groups therefore that we use for the qualification of the data. As we talked about that, I have a task group for my virtual machines, I have a task group for my file systems, I have a task group with higher prio for my domain controller or for the emails and everything. That's exactly what we talked about, what we discussed before when we had a look at the different task groups and the schedules for that. Then a typical template concept is that you say, okay, I have my prio 1 tasks, Active Directory, everything, prio 2, prio 3, and therefore a media breach on tape or on another DDoP store or on a cloud storage. This is exactly what you have to have a look at when you separate the different data stores. So here we're talking about a native data store, here we're talking about a SI3 DDoP store, here we're also talking about SI3, or we're talking about tape. And this is actually also the difference between the backup scenarios that you know, the typical 3-to-1 scenario versus an 3-to-2 scenario as an example. Because in that case, if you're a bit familiar with that, this would be a 3-to-2 scenario. Please keep that in mind when you have a look in the different backup concepts, how to plan such stuff. High performance prio 1 tasks, in that case we have to talk about a real backup versus a pseudo backup. Because a real backup is for me always a backup that consists out of at least 3 full backups plus an amount of incremental backups. But you should have, for a 2-week retention time, at least 3 full backups. You can have also a 1-week retention time with 2 full backups. This is the absolute minimum that you can have when you're doing no backup, because 2 full backups with 1 week is the same as you're doing no backup when we talk about a real backup. Why? A real backup consists always out of at least 3 full available backups, and the latest full is written and allows then the storage to delete the oldest full. This is the classical get youngest grandfather father son principle combination. That means you always should have at least 2 full backups available in case one of the full backups is corrupted, that you have at least 1 copy available that is not corrupted. That's the reason why you should have at least 2 full copies available, and therefore you write the 3rd full backup and afterwards delete the 1st full backup, that you all the time have at least 2 full backups available. That's the idea beyond the real backup. Plus 10 incremental backups, that's counted for the working days, Monday to Friday for 2 weeks. And then you also calculate the factor of the data growth for the backup project. That means you also have a data growth size, and that's the first point when you start also thinking about the storage calculation. For medium performance 301, 303 tasks, you normally calculate not so much additional data, factor 1.5, based on the data mix. That is also very important. So if you're working in a publishing company with a lot of raw picture files or videos or whatever, yeah, forget about that, because then you need a lot more storage later on. This can be connected via iSCSI NFS or whatever. I normally prefer, for also not the highest prio, always I would say always iSCSI and NFS, and I'm not a friend of ZIF shares, and this it is a bit more complicated to work with that, to be honest, also with the SMBs, but it is of course also possible if you work in a pure Windows environment, as an example. Then we have a current limitation recommendation for our deduplication storages. As I told you before, it's an inline deduplication software based, quite powerful, but of course it's limited related to the software. So our new SI3NG is a lot has less limitation, is a lot more powerful, but it is a software solution. So this is always the point where I say, hey, this is a software solution and it is not a complete deduplication appliance on a hardware level. That's the idea beyond that. So in that case, we normally limit that to 150 terabytes before deduplication and 40 terabytes netto after deduplication. So 40 terabyte should be the maximum that should be the maximum that you configure for your SI3 deduplication store. The third copy on tape is for me an important part, as we talked about that you normally have the typical monthly tapes that are kept for 1 month. Then you have the yearly tapes that are kept for at least 12 months. That means at least 12 months for the whole year. Every tape that is closed in a month is then kept for the next 12 months. And a yearly copy, of course, is also normally necessary for compliance reasons, that you have a second yearly copy available that is stored on another location, not on the same location as the monthly tapes, of course. Then the next part, storage. Initial questions are for me always, and this is the important part, what is your time frame that you have for your backup? How much time do you have for full backup? 24 hours, 48 hours, 1 hour, whatever. That's the first thing you have to think about when it comes to storage and throughput calculation. How much time do you have for migration? That means, how is the disk device connected to the deduplication device or to the tape device or to the cloud device or whatever to perform a complete copy of the data? Then the size of the full backup. So what is the actual complete data size overall when you perform a full backup of everything that you have to back up? Then you can go to the storage calculation, and you can first of all, of course, think about the write performance. So IOPS are the magic word when you talk about storage calculation. That means if you're able to write, let me say, at least 121 megabytes per second to that storage device, and you have to back up 10 terabytes, you have this 24-hour range, fully used, the 24-hour frame. That's the point. So in that case, always question yourself, how much time do I have to perform a complete full backup, and how much performance do I need, write performance, for the storage? The same counts, of course, vice versa for the read performance, the read IOPS for that system. How much time do I have to transfer the data from that storage to another storage device when I have staging for the second copy? Therefore, I also have to have a look at the read performance. And the read and the write performance on storage devices is always different. Networks. So this is, I would say, our gut feeling what you can reach via the network. With a 10 gigabit network, you can transfer at least at maximum 1.9 terabytes per hour. With 10 megabit networks, it's 3.9 gigabytes per hour. So you can see, okay, the biggest bottleneck is your network, because you don't get very much data over a normal network. As you can see it here, 2 terabytes per hour is not really much what you can put over a 10 gigabit line. And of course, you have to have a look on the network itself. It's are you using the productive network also for backup purposes? So you can only use the complete bandwidth of the network during not during working hours, during the night or whatever, or during the weekend. You have to figure out what time frames do you have from your network, or maybe you are able to integrate a dedicated backup network. Then you are out of any troubles related to the productive network. So in most of the projects I've seen, the biggest problem was always the network, because when you write on a, let me say, on an LTO7 or LTO6 tape device, the tape device is never ever the problem, because this is sucking everything out of your network and writing a lot faster than your network can deliver. So in that case, it's always a point where I would say, okay, if you're able to get a proper SUN configuration with a SUN zoning with, I would say, a 16 gigabit SUN, it is always more stable than using a network transfer, of course. But a dedicated network is, for me, let me say, the most cost-effective way to separate backup from the normal productive environment, which makes really much sense in large scale environments. Then the next step is also calculation of the data size for the DDAP stores. That means, of course, it makes sense to buy to purchase a DDAP store with less the storage that you normally expect to or expect to have for normal storage, of course. But we always say, hey, please be aware, in the first step, when you do the first full backup of something, be aware of that you get, let me say, at least a factor of 0.5, so that means 50% less. That means when you have 1 terabyte data to back up, in the end you have 500 gigabytes on that DDAP store for the first run. That's the most important thing. So please calculate always the complete amount of data that you have, half the size of that for your DDAP store, if you want to be on the safe side. I mean, that really depends on the data mixture, that really depends on your data, what you have. But normally, this is an important part, that you really say, okay, if I want to be safe, I just calculate half the size that I have for the complete data backup. More interesting for me is the second step, because when you do the same full backup on the same data store, as we only back up the block differences, the block deltas, of course, the change, we assume the change assumption for that, the second backup of the full backup is approximately around about 1%, 10 gigabytes of the terabyte of 1 terabyte. Because we already have all the necessary data that we need available with the first full backup, quite clear. And this is also very important to know when you work with, I would say, a data mixture that is mostly the same. That means if you're putting 20 Windows 2016 servers on the same backup data location, of course, you'll have a much higher deduplication ratio, because you're always backing up 90% of the time the same data, the basics of the operating system. That's an important part. The incremental backups on a DDAP store are slightly bigger. So in that case, we assume 10%, not 1%, because you have the biggest change ratio always in the incremental backups, I would say, when you work with incremental backups, because these are the daily changes when new documents are stored and all that stuff, or you know what I mean. So all the daily stuff that is produced is then backed up. So in that case, we calculate normally in the minimum with 10%. But as I said, this depends on the deduplication ratio, always depends on the data mixture that you have. So these are, I would say, the values that we have from our past experience to work with. Then, and this is for me the most important slide, we have to do analysis of our backup environment sometimes. So the most important part is always, hey, my backup is too slow. Then let me assume I'm working in the support. You call me, hey, my backup's too slow. Then I'll ask you, why? And what is your answer? Your answer is, yeah, because what? Because your product is shit. Then I say, okay, yeah, but maybe it's another reason. We have to have a look. So what we're doing then is actually all the time the same thing what you normally can do by yourself. We're comparing the backup throughput. We're comparing the throughput overall from SEP sesam, what we're getting from that client, with a normal copy job. So if you're taking the data via, I don't know, Windows Explorer, RoboCopy, whatever, and copy that from a client to a server system, you can see, okay, what is the transfer ratio? And now we have to compare that with SEP sesam to see if there is maybe really a bottleneck that is that comes up with SEP sesam. Normally, as we use the STPD, the sesam transfer protocol, a hint from my side, there's a protocol that is called FTP, File Transfer Protocol, and then we have a protocol that's called STP, Sesam Transfer Protocol, because they are quite similar. So we use as much bandwidth as we can get. We're pumping everything over the network, over the sun, what we can get. So if we have the performance, we use the performance, and normally we reach the maximum of the performance if possible. But in case something is not really working quite well, you are always able to test that. And these 3 points here are the magic points to figure out if it belongs to SEP sesam or if it belongs to my infrastructure. And believe me, when you do that, before you call the support and say, hey, my backup is too slow, and I tested it already with sesam components and with the copy job, then you have both ears of the support engineer. Then he will listen and say, oh, okay, in that case, I will directly have a look on that. And he's not asking, why? That's the point why we normally doing that. So therefore, you have an example for Windows and you have an example for Linux, how to perform at first a read operation. That means we simulate a backup from a client, that we read the data from that client, and we put that data, we push that data into the nirvana. That means we push that data to def null, or on the Windows it's called null. But this is quite the same. That means let's get my PuTTY open here and then have a look at the PuTTY here. I'll doing a test. In that case, let me just check the directory here. Okay, let's go to the main directory and we will take the user folder. In that case, we are doing a backup. That means we're using the sesam backup client component, shortly SBC. Then we're telling sesam make a backup -B. Then we're telling sesam you have to create a safe set -S. But the safe set has to create it without a name, without a unique ID, without anything, because I just want to pull that in the bin, in the nirvana. In that case, it means at def null. And then we have to define an output. That means the variables level, in that case minus big letter V5 to get the throughput information. And then we have to give him a source that he has to back up. In that case, I say the user folder in that case. So what he's doing now is he's starting the complete backup process. So here you can see also the log like you would see it in the web UI or in the graphical user interface also. So now he is starting to read from that device, and yeah, transferring the data into the nirvana, to dev null. And you can see here always transferred and throughput. So here I have the exact throughput ratio from that location, what I can reach with the sesam backup client. First step. So now I know what I can expect from that client, maximum read operations from that client. So I can say maybe, okay, oh, this is a good value, so I'm quite sure this is fine because we can read like hell from the client. So we will abort that process. And of course, we can do the same thing on a Windows system. In case of Windows, we just have to use the same backup command. But in case of Windows, please be aware that you start the command line, Maybe I have a command line open here. Yes, from our folder program files, SEP, sesam, bin sesam. Under Linux, you can source everything. Makes it much easier because then you can do that from wherever you want. Let me check that. temp, the temp folder. And the same here, creating the log, everything, original volume, blah, blah, blah. And then he starts, and here we have the same message, the throughput message. So we did a check, we did a test, we did a read test from a Windows system, we did a read test from a Windows system. In that case, everything is fine. Next step is, now we have to transfer this data from the client to the backup server to see if the network is the bottleneck. So in that case, we would use the next one. That means here we can include the backup server for that. So in my case, because I have my backup server on Linux, that would be this command. I am taking that command here. That means I'm taking the command to transfer data from my Windows client to the Linux client. Of course, if you have a Linux client, vice versa, it's same thing around. So we just take here our command line as we had it before. The only thing here is that we have to change the name of the backup server, of course. Minus big S is the backup server. In that case, demo fix 3. And as a source, we take C double point temp, same as we had it before. And now the explanation of the safe set here is null double point 64. Just the difference for that you know that. So I'm starting that now, and now I'm getting the output for the throughput over the network, but we still throw the data on the server side into the nirvana. We don't write anything somewhere else. And now you can see it here. Now we have different throughput ratios, but this is actually the same thing where we can see, okay, now we can see if the throughput ratio goes down extremely or whatever. Oh, Kraftklub, hurra, die Welt geht unter. Okay, maybe I should store my MP3 files not in the temp folder. Okay, shit. Don't look at my command line. Don't look at my command line, but you know what I mean? So now we have done the network analysis also. And then the last step would be the backup to a storage device. We don't need that step here at the moment, of course not, because this is the last step where we should know the right performance of the data store. Otherwise, all the other backups would go into the same problem. So I have a main problem with my data store, with my storage device. I should have a look on that. But to be 100% sure, of course, I can do a copy of my data from the client to the storage device if I'm able to reach the storage device. But normally you compare that with a copy job from the client to the sesam server to see if you reach the same performance. Otherwise, you have problems with your backup storage device, and this is, let me say, then a global problem for all backups. That's the idea. So this is the magic trick. This is the complete magic that you should keep in mind when you do an analysis of read operation and throughput operations with SEP sesam, with the SEP sesam components, compared to a normal copy job that you can use with your operating system tools. Backup on NAS via UNC. So we integrated now, when you create a data store and you use an UNC pass, we integrated now in the GUI also the authorization, because you know that when you work with a ZIF share or whatever that is on Windows, you always have to have a special user that is allowed to connect to that share, and we integrated that in the permission management for the data store, that you are able to work with a specific backup user if you want to connect such a share, to use that as a data store if you want to use a network share that is using SMP3 or whatever. For tape and tape libraries, it is always helpful when the tape library is not installed directly that you get a bit familiar with the sesam loader utility tool. We talked about that before, SLU with the man page, where you can get things like SLU topology as an example to see how the loader is configured, or you get specific information about the tapes or whatever. In that case, SLU dev NST1, I think, or NST0, I'm not quite sure, but you get specific information stand for the tapes, like here with -E, to see if the tape allows encryption as an example, or whatever more specific informations. This is always helpful when you work with loaders, that you get a bit more familiar also with the sesam loader utility, because it is very helpful. If you have a newer LTO drive, it's also extremely helpful to go to the configuration of the SMS ini in our var ini section. As I mentioned before, all config files are stored under var ini. Then you can adapt the segment size and raise that to 20,000 from 6,000, because then you're writing larger segments on the tapes, and the new tapes are so extremely fast that you get a lot more performance out of it with that tuning. For I would say you can start up from LTO 6.7 to fine tune that, to write larger segments, to get a bit more out of your tape drive. When you write data to your tape drive, more performance is always better. Deactivate all security functions. So we learned, okay, you are not able to connect to the graphical user interface from other systems. We learned that you are not allowed to write data to a sesam server or to connect to a sesam server if your client is not authorized against the sesam server, which makes sense, of course. So you have to authorize them. But you can deactivate the authentication for the graphical user interface in our SM Java policy configuration file. You can also deactivate in our stbd.ini file the authentication for the data transport, for the data stream against the server. Then the server accepts all connections from everywhere. That could be helpful sometimes in large environments when you are currently configuring, working with that, and you try to perform a few tests in a POC environment, as an example, in a POC build. Then it makes sense that you say, okay, I have to do so much tests with automation, clean everything, just open the sesam server for everything that I'm able to do a round robin of all the applications, tasks, and clients without asking for authorization and everything all the time, because this is a test environment in my POC, for my POC, and therefore it's no problem to work with an open sesam server. Encrypt the metadata via SSH. I told you that if you have still clients working with control connection instead of SSH, please change that. And then you have to run the command sm setup set client on each Linux client after the installation, or on each Windows client, to transfer the key pair in between. That's important. So in that case, sm setup set client could be used for Linux and Windows, because then you're re-authenticating the client against the sesam server with an SSH connection, exchanging the key pairs between the client and the server. That's the point why it's so important. So in that case, when I say to my Windows system here as an example, Let's go to the command line here, SM setup. Why is it not inserting? SM setup, set client, demo fix 3 as an example here. He is now automatically testing the connection, exchanging the key pair, and authorizing the sesam server for that client. That means the client is connecting to the sesam server and telling, hey, you can back me up, it's no problem, please give it a key pair to activate the SSH connection. And then, of course, you have to switch the connection for the client in your graphical user interface. So here, clients, you can see in the informations which clients are connected with SSH or with control. Where is it? Access mode. Here's the access mode. Access mode, as you can see it here. So I have to sort out which clients are still in control mode and which clients are in SSH mode. That's the point. And then you have to switch from control to SSH. That's the only difference. Important for that, but I would do that just for security purposes. Makes absolutely sense. Persistent tape IDs. When we work with SCSI controllers, it's always a bit when you restart a SCSI controller and you have a lot of SCSI channels connected, like 4 tape drives, 1 robotic for the changer and everything. Then it could be that the IDs are changing after reboot, so that the tape that was in the beginning def NST 0 could be def NST 1 after rebooting. And therefore, it makes absolutely sense to have a look in our wiki article when you work with loaders to configure persistent tape, persistent naming for tapes and for loaders for SCSI devices, that you always have the same address for that device, and then you don't have to worry about a reboot with your SCSI controller. Then we have a new integrated function that is very helpful for you, because I mentioned that in the beginning. You can do a rollout when you work in pure Windows environments with our MSI packages, but when you look at the Linux distributions, you normally have to do the installation, the first installation, always manually of the client package. Of course, you can also automate that process when you work with Puppet or create an Ansible recipe or whatever you have. Of course, this is no problem. You can also use the command line interface to do complete deployment of a sesam server with everything that you need. An example is our customer in Germany, Vodafone, with 1,200 Vodafone stores. They have 1 backup server in every Vodafone store for 1 system, for 1 server. And what they're doing is, of course, they have automatic deployment script. And if they have a new server, they just run the script and everything is then ready, configured. The backup is configured. Everything is configured. So they just run the script once a time, and then they don't have to take care anymore about the system, because everything is then directly configured out of the box. But normally you have to install the clients manually on the Linux, and on the Windows you can use MSI or not. And afterwards, that's the cool part, you can do the auto updates via the graphical user interface. We have seen that in the GUI. When we have a look here in the topology, I can say here, right click, update all clients, update all Linux clients. You can also go to, let me say, virtualization, and only the hypervisor here, update all clients. That means also here, the topology is, of course, very helpful when you want to do an update of only specific clients. But of course, you can do that also on the command line with our SM update client command, and update the specific clients, or get a list with -n from that clients. So also this is an important part to look at if you want to do automated updates, or if you want to do the updates from the command line. You should always start the command line, the DOS box from for Windows as an administrator. And you should always source the profile on Linux for your backup environment before you do operations on the command line. Then caution with the metadata. I talked about that already. If we have something in the temp folder and in the work folder, leave that there. This is managed by Subsystem. And be aware if you do an external backup like Lotus Notes, Lotus Domino, how is it called now, Christian? Lotus Notes, Domino, only Domino, I think. Or okay, Domino, yeah. Because there in Domino, every user, every mail user is its own database. So if you have a mail user with at least 1 terabyte of space used, you need at least 1 terabyte of space on your remote device server or sesam server to stage the data. It's just stages, just copied there and then transferred to the storage device and afterwards deleted. But you need the place for the staging. That's very important. And the last point is the sesam server itself. That means moving a sesam server to another system or updating a system is of course always a bit critical. In case you want to move the sesam server to another system, it's fairly simple. You have to do a sesam backup upfront, and you can export the database and everything. To have that available, then you install the new system. Before you do that, of course, you update the sesam server to the latest version. Then you install the package on the new server. Then you just have to copy the complete var folder to that new location. Then you have to import the database. We also have a wiki article available for that. The only difference where it gets a bit fishy and tricky is when you have to when you try to migrate a Windows sesam server to a Linux operating system, because then you have to merge, or you have to move the database from SQLite to PostgreSQL. Do yourself a favor in that case. If you want to do that, just book 1 or 2 hours remote service with our engineers, because they are quite aware of doing that. And they doing that all the time, up and down. Because of what? Of course, because of ransomware. That the people realized, hey, moving from Windows to Linux saves me at least 50% of my lifetime regarding ransomware. And therefore, they migrate the servers, and we can do that, of course. But do yourself a favor before you shoot yourself on the head. Just ask the colleagues from SEP. They will help you out in a remote session for that. But of course, you have to book that time. Normally, it takes not longer than 1 or 2 hours to do that migration. Yeah, that was the last part. So with the last slide here, this is the typical thank you for your attention slide. Normally, my colleague Christian is also on the picture. Sorry for that. Yeah, it was a bit... yeah, I just had it on the German slides. That's the point. But you have the documentation, you have everything that you need. And now, as it is a tradition for us, because now we are finished, we're going to the last step before we answer the questions that were upcoming. And this is for me, maybe you can hear it. This is a typical Upper Bavarian tradition, so Prost, that we have our beer now. And we have a question. Oh, we have a question. So, give me the question, Christian.
So, regarding the RDS server, several of our customers ask the following. Currently, if the RDS server cannot access the sesam server at the time the backup task starts, the backup will be aborted. Are you planning to run the RDS server in offline mode?
Yes, we are planning to have a complete autark RDS server that runs in offline mode, so that he stores also the metadata and everything, and then when he gets the connection back to the sesam server, he's transferring the metadata again to the sesam server and everything. But during that time, it's running completely autark by himself. But please be patient with me. I'm not quite sure if this is already finished for the next release. I think so, but I'm not quite sure. at least one of the steps is finished, that we have a longer lease time. But yes, of course, that is planned. Yeah. No other questions. Okay, cool. No, cool. Last time we had a lot more questions, but if we don't have any questions, if you're happy with us, then we can finish a bit earlier. For me, a very important part is please leave a message in the question box how the training was, if it was okay, if it was too weird or too crazy or whatever. I'm thankful, and Christian is thankful for every positive, for every negative, for everything, just for the comments, for everything. And otherwise, of course, as we told you, you have our email addresses. You can contact us at any time, and if you have further questions, or if you want to do a project or whatever, technically related, you can get in contact with me and Christian. If you have other things, you can get in contact with our sales team. We can give you also the contacts that you need. But for me, of course, the hope is that you learned at least a bit related to sesam backup, related to the web UI, the new stuff. Maybe you have some ideas to update your system or to work with that new stuff. That would be, of course, great. For us also, that you can give us a feedback and say, hey, okay, cool, now I can use that feature, or I will do that and this. So you can write that in the question box, but of course, we are also very thankful later on. If you have some comments, if you have some critics, you can, of course, also write us a mail. Cool. If we have nothing more for now, I would say thank you all for the audience. Very cool that you attended the course, and I will now finish the course for now. I will just leave the question box a bit open for a few minutes, and then we will finish the course completely, and then I'll compiling the video and upload the video, so you should get the video latest tomorrow evening or something like that. That's done by my colleague. Yeah, would say that's it so far, folks. Thanks for the time. Bye bye from my side.